Check. Checking the mic. I think we're good now. Ooh, took it a little bit there. Yeah, that power outage did a number. Hope everybody's back. Welcome on back here for part 2, Spline Design Studios Saturday. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That was super not cool. That came out of nowhere. Apologize for that, folks. I think we are up and running there. I did lose a majority of that work. I guess I'll tell you, the good thing I saved the map. So I think we're not too bad off. I didn't get the uptime going on there. That's the only problem. I forgot to do that here, so let's do this. Yeah, with that little bit of issue there, let me go ahead and start that back up. Alright, so that'll be a little bit off, but we'll try it this way. That should be okay, hopefully. Alright, well, that was super duper interesting. Well, at least we'll call that intermission. And we'll bring it back, I guess, this way and see how much work we actually lost here. We were in the process. We were already in the game. We were testing out. I can't remember if we made the adjustments to our XML or not, so I'm gonna have to load that up. Let me go ahead and just bring this over. So yeah, I still got this stuff here. I guess it's still. So that's still there. Yeah, I just got to regather myself here. I can remember where we were in the process of adjusting that ferry. So let's go back into here. 2 places. So I need to go back into our map. So let's get there. So that was the one area. Where's our ferry at? So that's should still be on our desktop. I did have the ferry open up there. I didn't make any adjustments to it. I just had to load it in there just to kind of show what was going on with the ferry as far as how that was set up. So I should be okay there. Yeah, so I definitely should be okay there. Let's reload this one up. This is what we're working on. Okay, so that's what we were in the middle of doing there. So what I did was, we already came to that conclusion that the ferry didn't work with this setup, and we were in the game, and that's when all heck broke loose. Okay, just kind of gathering up as far as everything that where we left off there. So, okay. I think I can adjust this. I think I'm gonna do this. I think I can do this in my uptime here. Live output. Can I change this? Yeah, I think I can change this here. Let me adjust this to the stream. See if it'll let me do that. I might have to stop it maybe. Let's see. 6. No, I might have to stop it and let me try stopping it. Okay, I can edit it here. Cool. Let me do it this way. 7. By the time I get it there, let's do this. Start it. That's pretty close. It's about 1 second off. Cool. Yeah, we'll get the timer, the uptime, guessing going that way. That way, I like to have those in the VODs themselves like that, so I made that a little bit adjustment there. Because I do have that ability, I guess, in this my uptime counter there. Cool. So that's only about 1 second off, I guess, from the actual stream session. So cool. All right. Yep, so this is what we need to adjust. And we were in the game. We came to the conclusion this didn't work, so we need to adjust that. So that's the point we're at there. I won't worry about. I just had it loaded up in the Giants editor just to kind of show what was going on. I don't think I'll need to make any adjustments to that. But if I do, I'll go ahead and open that up. I just wanted to show that initially that was the only reason why I had it open in the first place. So we need to put these back at 2.5. We already confirmed in the game that that did not work as far as that test. And I kind of already knew this anyway, because these settings that I have on it, like this, came to that conclusion. This is as low as I want to go on the suspension trip. Okay. Alright, so we're back to the spring. So between the spring, what I'm thinking here is if I put it more stiffer, so I put it more to like an 80, and that's closer to the 100, which would be very stiff. Super duper stiff, that's like maximum stiff. And I don't know if that's going to work or not. What we're basically trying to accomplish here by doing this is to, when we put weight on it, that it doesn't belly it out and make it unable to move. That's basically what we're trying to accomplish by doing this. So just to kind of clarify on that. So let's go ahead and save. Oh, it still has my mod desk open here too, which I didn't really make any changes to. I was just showing how I had it built into the map and loading with the map with the spline. That method is not working, so the way I want it, I need it to. So we're back to focusing on just the free roaming vehicle as far as just a normal vehicle, because as far as, yeah. So let's save this. Oh, this freaking gnat is still in here too. He didn't go away. Alright, so let's save that. We need to re-zip this up. We already tested it with the other setting. So let's do that. Hopefully we don't have that happen again. But if it does, that's probably necessarily going to be it. That's probably a first for me, I'll tell you. And it's not even bad weather though, so it's obviously something that power company's doing. Alright, and we need to put this in our mods. Let's go back this way. Oh, this gnat. God dang it. He's flying around me and he's annoying me. Oh, I'm gonna get him. He apparently likes this light that I have in the studio here. Okay, let's paste this in here. Like so. Alright, so that's our new one. So we're going to go in the game and test this one out. Actually, I need to close some things out here. Yep, we don't need that. My Precision X is open. I also need to get this open here too. As I had, obviously, with the whole restart of the system here, I gotta get this thing loaded up here too. Alright, we're looking good there. Alright, gotta get back into Steam. Let's get that loaded up. Closed all that down. My goodness. That's definitely the way I don't like to reboot the system, that's for sure. Alright, so let's just put this over here. Let's do I have to give Steam a second to load probably, because that usually takes a bit, especially after that type of drastic reboot. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Not too bad. I don't think this puts it. No, okay. Wasn't sure if it did or not. Cool. Alright. Steam is all loaded back up. Cool. Alright, let's go back into that. Load the game up. Normally I would run the profile and all that jazz too, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Hopefully. That's the wishful thinking anyway. So we were testing in our save game. Yep, so we just want to load it up there, make sure the ferry is on there. Cool. Okay. We'll try to look at the bright side, I guess, of all this here. Alright, just checking some other systems out to make sure everything is good to go. Yeah, so other than to redo the timer, so I'll have to pay a little bit more attention, I guess, as far as adjusting the uptime, I guess, to the stream time. The only downside is to it, I have to remember to stop the up timer, I guess, on my overlay. That's the only complication, I guess. Not too bad. Alright, so we're loaded up here. Try this again. Alright, so now with our new settings on our ferry, let's test it. Spawn over to it here, see if it makes sure it moves. Okay, so it definitely is, it's a little more bouncy, that's for sure. A lot more free. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Whoa, baby, that thing's got some giddy up. It definitely has some giddy up. Okay, so let's test this out. Putting some weight on it now. See how that works. Yeah, it's definitely got a little bit more. And I think that's where I found the sweet spot, I guess, as far as forward to putting it at the 60 that I had. It made it a little bit more sluggish, you know, like a ferry is. It's not. It's, oh man, this thing is really responsive now. But I think once we get weight on it, it will necessarily act more like a ferry. So, let's see how this works here. See if you can get this lined up in here. Right? I will probably be changing this design if I keep it this way. Yeah, it's definitely got a lot more response. That's for sure. Whoa, crazy. Yeah, it does steer and whatever a lot better too. But we'll have to test it once we get some equipment on it. Okay, so now what I'll do, and I can probably just get this right from the store. We're not too far from the store. Yeah, we'll go ahead and buy ourselves. Might have to give myself a little bit of money. Let's do that. So I want to get the trailer and the truck, so let's just do it $500,000. I'm not going to save this game once I test this, but... Whoops. I didn't give myself the money, though. Gotta push enter. There we go. Okay, so... let's go to the store. We're going to get that truck. I'll go ahead and buy it. And also the Wilson Pay Center. Whoops. Alright, we'll pick those up at the store. Oh, we had this set up here too. I guess we can try this as well. Okay. Forgot we had this going. Let's take this over to the ferry. Now this... yeah, still getting that hesitation there. It's probably still trying to build that shader cache. And probably with that game crash, it probably didn't help. And that wasn't the fault of the game, it was just power going on. So it probably added a little bit of issue to it. But we hadn't traveled over in this section of the map, so you will get that hesitation, and that's just a part of it building the shader cache. So that's in most cases normal. We'll try this setup here, but we'll also try the Wilson Pay Setter. So we got, this is loaded. Let's see how this works. And we'll also be able to test this module trailer to see if that actually fits on there. Should be about the same length, if not pretty darn close, I guess, to the Wilson pace setter, so we'll see. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. This is the bigger truck, though, with the sleeper, so it may not fit. I've got the Warrior, which is just basically the day cab. So this may not fit. And it'll be why, because the sleeper is obviously a little bit longer. Oh, it fits, but I can't close the gate. Okay. Yeah, so we'll keep this one on here. But yeah, the fact that I can't close the gate. Alright. So I'm seeing the tires clipping through the floor. That's interesting. Huh. I don't know if that's a part of the suspension. Let's get into the ferry and see if it'll move. And it does not move. Am I going the right way? Nope. I'm going backwards. I need to go this way. Nope, it doesn't want to move. So apparently, yeah, with especially not being able to close the gate, it definitely doesn't want to move. And going forward, as I should be able to do, and it's not moving. So this is obviously a lot of weight on it still. It's not wanting to move either direction. Okay. Let's get back in the truck here. Oh man. Okay, let's try to tab to it. A little tight. There we go. Let's back this thing off. So at least gives me some indication being able to put the sleeper on it. It's not an option. Not only with the weight, but also alright, so let's go get the Warrior truck and the we're not saving this anyway, so we're not going to worry about too much. Not going to be saving this. Alright. Let's go take this over to the ferry. This is what I have tested out there with this truck and the Wilson trailer. And it did move previously, so we'll have to test this and see what we got here. So with it loaded, yep, see we can see our signs or whatever on our, let's drive through there. So we can see that adjustment, I guess, to our, let's take a detour through there. So yeah, we got our sign on our fabric warehouse. Looks better. Yeah, gives it a little bit of schnaz there. Cool. Okay, good lanes. Alright. Let's go all the way back over to the ferry. Oh, that's a pole. Now, as far as the length and all that stuff of it, this is what I've tested it with. To see what happens here. Yeah, so the train here would obviously be a lot better. I would fix all that once I get this, the ferry itself working like it's supposed to. Kind of almost thinking of putting some type of wall or something like post, whatever, outside of that skipper house. You want to make sure that you're over far enough from that skipper house, because if you get too close, obviously you saw what I had, that issue. So this one does fit, as you can tell. Right, so that allows me to still be able to see, I'm still, come on, get out of there. Yeah, so it's a little tight, but alright, so let's close the gates. Alright, can we move? Yeah, see, I can move here now. What about if we're loaded? So it does move that way. That's good. let's get in the truck here and we'll load it. Just to make sure it's loaded, let's take that off. Let's load this thing up here. So we got 2 bellies in it. So let's just put some wheat in it. Put it in there, and put some wheat in this one. Let's see if that bogs it down. So that does obviously add weight. Okay. So now let's see if it'll move. Now we just confirmed that it moves without anything in it. And that's what I had previously tested. And now it doesn't want to move with the weight in it. That's crazy. Not one smidget. That is super crazy. Oh, wait. I spoke too soon. It does want to move, but it's very... Okay. Doesn't want to move very well. Okay. So, something I must have changed, I guess, on that. Because I could tell you, for yeah, that's, words are hard. Cold hard facts. I had gotten this working with this setup here loaded, and it was moving. See, it'll turn, but it's not wanting to advance forward. So I still got to make some adjustment to it. Okay, fair enough. It turns pretty well, so it's a little bit freer that way. So I don't know if I can put it on a spring 100. We'll have to see. That'll suffice it or not. So let's get out of the game. We'll go and test that out. So we know with that sleeper cab with it filled with the 2 modules, that obviously doesn't work. That's pretty apparent. I'm gonna get this gnat here that keeps flying around me. I'm telling you, super annoying. Freaking gnats, anyway. Okay. Alright, we just need to make some more adjustments there. So we're not too far off, I feel. So I'm going to try and put the spring on it at 100. See what that does. I got a feeling at start there before you get anything on it. This is what I've already tested. It's going to make it really free, you know, as far as really loosey-goosey. So, we'll just see. It'll probably be fine once you get weight on it, but as far as prior to getting weight on it, that's going to be a little loosey-goosey. So, alright, so put the spring at 100. Save that. And we'll re-zip it up. Oops. Just confirm. Yep, cool. So do select all. Paste it into our mods. Alrighty then. Now, back in the game, test that out. You know, it's like with that power going out like that, and then dreading, I guess, doing all this work, I guess, on the ferry in the first place. Yeah, it's kind of showing, you know, it's like I'm cursed on that, I suppose. That's what it seems like, anyway. Yeah, so I got a little more than 3 hours, I guess, on the other stream there. That's what it was. Part 1, I guess, of Spline Design Studios Saturday is being part 2. So I'll just be taking note of where we're actually at. In fact, I'll just have 2 videos for this same rendition, I guess, of Spline Designs. We'll just have it in 2 parts, I guess, is all. Alrighty then, so let's go ahead. Right off the bat, let's go to the store. Give ourselves about $500,000. And we want to go to the store, get the truck. And we'll buy that Wilson Pace setter. I don't know why I keep scrolling that over. It's always that first one. Hey, dummy. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get the Wilson Pay Center. Okay, go to the store and take that over. Right there. Okay, so this yep, so we'll do the same test. I should probably test the ferry before I put anything on it, see what it is there, because from what I've tested before, as far as like having it that high of a spring, not so much the rate, but just the stiffness of the spring, it makes it really loosey. You know, it's kind of really free, almost too free, I guess, as far as really floaty. The springs are really stiff, so I may not necessarily want it that way, but it might balance it out as far as once we put weight on it. So let's check this out here. Let's check this out first before we... So as far as to move it right off the bat, which way am I facing? Here we go, back. Yeah, it's, whoa, that thing is really free. You can definitely tell the difference between how free it is. Yep, very minimal steering input and throttle. Okay, so let's get that opened up. Put the truck on it. So let's see how much that changes. We'll do it the same way, or we'll just, uh-oh, am I up here far enough? Oh, you know what? I don't think I'm up here far enough. Thought I was. Yeah, so other than the terrain there, I'm not going to worry about that too much. This setup will change once we get this all figured out. So we'll make it much more accessible. Alright, I gotta get this. I thought I had the ferry up on the dock here enough. I guess I didn't. Either that or it slipped. Let's try this again. Yeah, it might have moved off. Yeah, there we go. That's right. That's the way I thought I had it, but I guess I didn't. Should get it that way. Oh, come on, turn. God dang it. It's freaking terrain. Yeah, it's just the terrain. It's kind of hard to get it straightened up there when you got that kind of terrain. Alrighty then, that should do it. Alright, so let's test it with nothing in it. So with nothing in it, it'll move. Just fine. Okay, so let's put it back. Alright, that moves just fine. Now let's put something in it. Oops, I want to get into the truck. Let's get in the truck. And we want to load up this one here with some wheat. You can definitely see it shift when you add the to it there, but I don't know if that's... Hoping these adjustments to the spring doesn't make it bog it down too much. And it is. It doesn't want to move. So when you put weight on it, it doesn't want to move. My goodness. See, it'll turn, but it won't want to move. Yeah, the steering or whatever obviously will function, but as far as being able to move forward and backwards, it does not. So obviously that weight is still bottoming it out. Okay. Well, the only other thing I can think of at this point would be to make the suspension travel, I guess, a little bit taller. Because I went the other approach to try to make, to kind of lessen it. So possibly if I increase, you know, not by a ton, but at least a little bit, to see if I can allow it to get some more spring action, even though I have a much stiffer spring in it. That could be an option there. So we'll try that out next. So obviously we still can't move with that setup. So we got a little bit stiffer spring than we had. It may even come down to I can leave the spring at a 60, and then just increase the spring travel, suspension travel, which basically all that is. If you think of a spring as far as the stiffness of it, how much travel, I guess how much distance in between each coil of the spring. So if you think of a spring and each coil, the suspension travel is how much space is in between each coil, right? So you have a spring that has really tight springs. Right now I've got them relatively pretty small as far as the 0.25, so that's very little gap in between each coil of the spring. So it's making it rather stiff, but I think that's also making it a pretty tall type of thing. So I think if I possibly spread the travel out between each spring, that'll allow it to, you know, be able to squish down more, but still keep it up off the ground and bellying the ferry out, at least in theory. So I might be able to go back down to, right now I got it at 100. Let's go back down to 80 on that. Let's do 80 on these, on the springs themselves as far as the overall stiffness. And really you can kind of think of the 100, you know, as far as the spring, as far as how many springs are on it, is basically how tall the spring is itself. So I may necessarily want to make a little bit smaller spring, so maybe go less than 60. That makes it a little bit more loosey, but also bringing that suspension travel up might, so I might go actually lower than 60. I might actually go lower than 60. Maybe you can try like a 40, just for the heck of it. So let's do 40, and I'll also increase the suspension travel, just to see what that'll do. Yeah, because there's usually every action has a opposing reaction. So it's like if you only adjust one thing, like I've been doing so far, I did just the suspension travel and not the other. Sometimes you have to balance that out with another opposing action. So it's like, because I've adjusted the spring now, if I bring the suspension travel, the distance between each coil, because it's a shorter coil, it'll give it a little bit more bounce, but it'll allow it to compress down. But what I'm looking for is, I guess, is that median, because of the fact that I had a taller spring with lesser travel. That overall spring is still pretty tall, I guess, the way I look at it. So if I give it a little bit more bounce, it might give it a little bit more room, I guess, to be able to compensate, I guess, the weight, I guess, of so my initial thought was if I put a taller spring on it, that would create much more lift on the ferry. As far as when you put the weight on it, would still have plenty of spring on there to keep it up off the rigid plane, as far as the water plane in this case. And even though the way we've got our wheels set on the ferry to be able to drive onto it, in theory at least anyway, that obviously didn't work. So now I'm taking the approach of a shorter spring with a wider suspension travel, more spacing between each coil of the spring, and giving it a little bit more bounce, but not too crazy of a bounce to make it you know, unstable. Hopefully that makes sense. I know in my head it makes sense, but so what I need to do is I'll probably bring this up to, say, like even close to 1, so I'll probably maybe do a 0.75 as far as the spacing in between each coil of the spring. Okay, so let's go up on this instead of down. Okay, so what I did previously is I increased the spring and I put it down to really, you know, the spacing in between each coil of the spring very close together, trying to keep it really tight. I want to keep it like a really stiff, but that obviously isn't working. So we'll see how this works. By increasing the gap between each spring and keep making it a softer spring, less tall, let's put it that way too. It'll be pretty springy in this way. So again, what I've got here, I've got a shorter spring, so fewer coils, but yet it's got more spacing between each coil. So are we hacking the mainframe? Oh, I wish. I swear to God, I think I got hacked, I guess, earlier there as far as the whole lost power here. So this is kind of the part 2, I guess, of Spline Design Studios Saturday. I was, yeah, super furious, I guess, about that. I was right in the middle of doing adjustments here, and power went out. So this is the second go, I guess, of the stream. Welcome out in South Texas. So let's save this. But yeah, I felt like I was getting hacked there. You know, some other mainframe is hacking me. I know I'm not doing any hacking, that's for sure. I guess some may necessarily consider what I'm doing here as hacking, but it's really just adjusting. Yeah, I wish. That's the thing. That those aren't cheap, though. That's the thing. Yeah. I have considered that, but that's not in my budget. I'll just put it that way. It'd be nice. It's amongst other things I'd love to be able to have, but that's not one of them so far. Not in the budget. Okay, so now with that saved, we got it in our mods folder. Let's go ahead into the game and check that out. So what we've been testing here is trying to fix the problem that we did run into, I guess it's on Friday, yesterday, during Farming Fridays. Our ferry that we're trying to work as a free roaming vehicle on the water, when you put equipment on it with, as far as with weight, as far as a crop or a product, I guess, in your trailer, it doesn't want to move. So that's why we're adjusting the springs and the suspension travel of the springs of the ferry on it, because it does have wheels on it. It's wheels on it that you can't see. That's what allows it to drive. So they're non-renderable wheels. But the way the wheels are set up on there, it's just to be to put it just enough off the ground, off the rigid plane of the water plane, because that's what it's got on this water plane. It's as a rigid body, and that's because of the seasons aspect to it of the water plane that we have in the map. So that's why the way we build this ferry, without playing the map with seasons, we need to have a wheel setup on the ferry to be able to drive it with weight on it and not have it belly out and not be able to move. So that's what we've been troubleshooting, I guess, on this. And this is the second part of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Started up a little bit about 8:15 p.m. Eastern, I guess, my time. So that's what we've been doing. So let's go ahead. First of all, let's jump over to the ferry and make sure that it moves. It should, without anything on it. So here's our ferry. I'm gonna back it up here so it does move. It's gonna be probably a little bit bouncy. Not too bouncy, doesn't feel like. So far so good. It's a little bit free. So it's not as bouncy as I thought it would be, so that's good. So it does move. That's also good. Now we want to put some weight on this bad boy. Alright, let's get it back up on the dock. Not quite that far. So it's got a little bit higher ride height on it too, and that's because of the way we adjusted the springs on it. And that's to be expected as well. So I'll probably have to adjust these. I don't even know if I'm going to go with these types of docks. I don't know yet. I might do a different approach to this, but see, it's wanting to ride up on that because I changed the. See, before I wasn't doing that. Yeah. See, it's definitely wanting to ride up on the. Okay, and that's probably because of the way I changed the spring. So I don't. That's may or may not be a good thing. Let's get this lined up on here so I can open the gate. Okay, that's better. Let's open the gate. Cool. Now we can get their truck and whatever on it. Cool. That's a big boat. It's actually a ferry. So it's supposed. The intention of it is being able to put your equipment on there to be able to travel on the river here. How we doing, Caleb? Caleb is cool. Welcome on in. All right. So what we need to do at this point. We need to get our truck. Oh, we need to get some. I gotta get some money in here. Gotta cheat me some money in here so we can get some equipment to test this out. And it's only for testing purposes. I don't save this part here, so I don't usually cheat stuff in there. I'm doing all right now. We had a little bit of a power interruption there, so this is the second part 2, I guess, of Spline Design Studios Saturday. So welcome on in to part 2, I guess, of that. So you got the VOD on there, I guess, as far as the first half. If you missed any of that, you can feel free to catch that on the channel. But yeah, we've been dealing with just doing some work on the map here. Did I buy that? Yeah, just working out the particulars, I guess, with the function of the ferry here. Nope, I did not buy it. Okay. Okay, so we need to go back in there and buy that. Let's buy that bad boy. Let's go with this. And we need that Wilson trailer. Trailers, we need to get the Wilson pace header. Cool. And we don't have that far to drive from the store, which is nice. Whoops. Yeah, we got some contract vehicles that we're using there. There we go. Alright, the store. We got some contract vehicles, borrowed equipment, I guess, for the contracts, so I did try the, I might go ahead and try that again with that other truck with the cotton modules. Once I test this out. If I get this, if this works, then I'll try that one out too, but I want to try it with it empty and then try it with it full, and we'll see what kind of reaction we get again. We'll see what happens. Alright, so just to confirm, and nothing on it. Completely empty. Let's get it on the ferry. So far, when we've gotten it empty on the ferry, it functions. Whoa, crap! Pushed it off. It moves just fine. Ah, dang it! I knew I was gonna get that caught on that barrier, son of a gun. It's the only bad thing about that. And this is not finished, I guess, as far as, oh my god. I got this thing all jacked up. Son of a... Alright, let's just reset it. I drove it in there like a moron, as far as the... Alright, so let's just reset it. I gotta get out of it, though. Yep, trailer... Wait a minute. Oh, wait, what was I in it? Oh, I'm in it, that's why. Let's get out of it. I'm just gonna go ahead and reset it, and not even going to try and fix that. That's for sure. It's not worth it. What are you doing? Get out of it. You dummy. Get out of there. Reset. Thank you very much. And also the trailer. So it's a good thing is we don't have that far to go. Okay. What happened to my playlist? Hold on a minute. Playlist stop. Why did you stop? Yes, I'm still here. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Alright, let's drive it back over there. I goofed. I drove it in there all cockeyed and whatever. This setup here for that dock and whatever is not final. This is in here just to test this. I want it just to get the ferry working. So as far as the dock that I'll use, I guess, for it will probably change to make it more feasible and much easier, I guess, to be able to get your stuff in and out. To include the terrain, so it's not going to look like that at all as far as what I'm using here currently. So this is just to get something in there or whatever, so I can actually work it out. Now I've already done some terrain, you know, landscaping, whatever, to kind of fix God dang. I'm using keyboards, that's another problem. I'm too lazy to get to bring the steering wheel over. When I know I'm not going to be playing the game, I guess like I do on Fridays, I tend to get lazy and not want to bring the steering wheel over when I'm testing. So, hence it gets me all sometimes jacked up, I guess, as far as trying to get a truck and a trailer, I guess, on the ferry. If I take my time, I should be able to get it on there. I already done it once, so there's no reason why I can't do it again. There we go. Beautiful. That's all I want. Okay, so this one, I'm testing it with it empty. And like we've already tested before, it does allow us to do this. We'll close the gates. It does allow us to move it. Okay, and this is with it empty. So far with it empty, it's fine. Okay, let's put it back up to the dock. Whoop. Don't get hung up on the dock. There we go. Just gonna show the maneuverability of it too. Alright, so now that's with it empty. Okay, so now just to confirm, we want to load this up. Whoops, okay, let's get back in the truck here so we can load it. Cheated in there. So, put some stuff in here. Let's put some wheat. That's what we've been testing here. Fill it up on both. So we got wheat in it. So with it full, jump out of here and get it back in the ferry. So with it full, she still doesn't want to move. So that's still an issue. So that didn't correct our problem, unfortunately. So we're still not able to move it with a full trailer, which is sad. So what it's doing is, because of the weight of it in there, it's bottoming it out because it's riding on. Basically, it's got wheels on this, right? That you can't see. They're non-renderable wheels. That's what helps the ferry drive, and it's riding on top of this rigid plane of the water plane. And what's happening is when you put any weight on the trailer, it's pushing it down. And obviously it bellies it out to the point where it won't allow it to move. So what we've been adjusting is the springs on it to allow it more lift on it, even with weight on it, right? But not so much that it's lifting it too high off the ground. But I am coming to the conclusion I might have to adjust the wheels, the wheel nodes on it, to compensate, I guess, of putting the weight on it. And what's going to make it weird is the fact that you'll be able to see that lift, as far as it raised higher. So the boat, the ferry is going to look like it's floating above the water. And that's what I was trying to avoid. I was trying to make it look like it was more on the water, even without having weight on it. So at this point, I don't feel there's any other way to adjust it other than to adjust the wheels. And I'll have to open that up in the Giants editor and adjust them that way, and I can kind of show that process, because all the adjustments that I've made so far to it, it's kind of proven anytime I put weight on it, it's not going to be, it doesn't move when you put weight on it. Let's just put it that way, and that's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. So now, keeping in mind because of the way this map is designed, it has, like I said, the rigid body in the water plane. When you don't play it with seasons, it's going to have that in there. And that's exactly the way I'm testing it. When you play it with seasons, as long as it's not during the winter, where it's cold enough where that water will freeze, you'll have access to that water, so basically you won't be riding on top of the water plane. That's just the way that the dynamics of the seasons mod works, and that's the way I've got that water plane designed, right? So what I'm designing here is essentially going to be two types of ferries. It's going to have a ferry that'll work in the water with playing it with seasons, the map with seasons, and one without seasons. So the one I'm testing right now is the ferry that's going to be playing the map without seasons, which will also have that rigid body, that collision in the water plane. So we're trying to get the ferry to ride on top of that water plane And this is, like I said, it's a free form or free roaming vehicle, so it can be driven on and off the water. But the general idea of it is just for the water, so for the river. So since I can't get the spline, I initially attempted to get a spline to run the ferry on a spline. Because I can't get that to work, this is what I'm left to take this route as far as this path to make it a free roaming vehicle and just adjust it the way I'm adjusting it as I am, since I can't get it to work on a spline, like a train. But that's initially what I did try, but for some reason the spline doesn't want to load with the new save game in order for the ferry to be able to follow that spline. So that's the reason why I'm tackling it, I guess, in this fashion that I am currently. So what I need to do is I need to load this particular model of the ferry into the Giants editor, and I need to adjust the height of the wheels. I'm gonna get this freaking gnat. This gnat's been flying around me since the first part of the Spline Design Studios, and he's bugging the hell out of me. Okay, so here's our ferry. Right. So what I need to do, and I already showed this once, but I'll kind of show it again. So I got all these wheel nodes. So this thing does ride on wheels, right? And this is just to kind of give you an idea of how these are positioned. You can kind of use this gizmo as somewhat of a guide. It kind of gives you somewhat of an idea, but it's not quite 100% accurate. So the diameter of the wheel is 1.6 meters, right? And then we can look at the diameter in here. So the radius is 1.6. That's roughly in meters. So it's like it's a meter and a half diameter. So just for the sake of it, I'll kind of do this. I'll create a plane that's 1.5, 1.5, and that'll give you an idea of. It's not going to be round; it'll be square, but it'll give you an idea how big it is. But you can kind of use the radius of this gizmo as an idea as far as how much is actually. This would be the bottom of the wheel, and this is the center hub. So that's the way it's positioned, just to kind of give you an idea. So I've got very minimal amount here. So when you put weight on it, especially as much weight as I just tested there, it's basically lifting. It's allowing the bottom of the wheel to become even, I guess, with the bottom of the ferry, and it's not allowing it to move. So that's basically what's happening. So what I'm going to have to do is move these down to be able to lift it up some, so that when it gets weight on it, it's not going to belly the ferry out and not be able to move. So okay. I've already tested it, done enough editing, I guess, to the XML, I guess, to be able to adjust the spring and all that stuff. In fact, I'll probably just end up, I might just leave it that way. I don't think that's going to be too terrible. We'll have to test it and see, but I don't think it should be too terrible. So we need to move these down. So right now it's roughly, the center hub here is just slightly above the top wall of the ferry. Right, so we need to move these down just a little bit, and I'm going to adjust these all the same height. So this is all on the Y. So I'll copy this value to the rest of them, so that they're all level. Yep, just going to push it. So basically we're pushing the whole ferry up. So when we're kind of trying to compensate for the amount of weight that gets put onto it. Kind of the same thing you do in reality, I guess, as far as so adjust your ride height so that that compensates, I guess, for weight that you're putting onto the vehicle. Okay. Put these all up the same, like so, and then we'll go ahead and save that. Alright, so we'll do file, save as RW, and I'm doing it to this RW, which means a rigid water plane, in case anybody was wondering. The other ferry that I have in there is basically for the seasons model, so the one that'll operate with seasons. And basically the way that one works, because you do have the rigid body removed, that property removed from the water plane when you play the map with seasons, that allows the wheels actually to ride the riverbed bottom, right? So it basically rides the terrain as far as that whatever terrain that I have for the actual riverbed, it actually rides on that. So it gives that appearance. There's a lot more adjustability in that one than there is on this version, to be honest. Okay, so with that saved, I need to zip this back up, put it in our mods folder. I'm going to game test that out. And it's not a very big mod at all. Not a very thick one at all. And that's I had totally reconstructed this thing based on a 17 model.
Help stop coronavirus.
I don't care to hear that anymore. I'm done with the COVID already. Just done with it. Alright, so okay, we got that in our mods folder, our new zip. Let's go back in the game, test it out. I think I navigated from my TechnoAxe playlist there, I think, at this point. I might have, I'm not sure. I have to check it out. Let me check this out. Nope, it is still on TechnoAxe, okay. Cool. A little bit different playlist than I usually have it on, but he's got some nice selections on there. Highly recommend using TechnoAxe on YouTube. Plenty of royalty-free musical selections. Load up our save game. There we go. So yeah, this ferry has been completely rebuilt from an FS17 model. That thing was a mess. I kind of showed that in a previous rendition, I guess, of Spline Design Studios Saturday. It's obviously, I've completed it, and I'm able to manipulate it, I guess, as far as however I want at this point now. If I want to make it wider, bigger, whatever, to accommodate different stuff, which I may or may not do. I did try to put the bigger truck on there with the cotton module. I got that one in this save game here, and that one's a little bit long. It doesn't fit on the ferry. So, alright, so first thing I want to take a look at is the ferry with these adjustments. So you can see how much higher it is off the ground with that adjustment. So it makes it kind of not very good, in my opinion, but you can see how much it's riding above it. But we'll see how much that moves when we put weight on it. So let's see if we can get this lined up with the dock here. So we can open up the gate and get something on it here. Yeah, see, it's be able to ride right over the top of the dock too. That goes to show you how high it is. Looks like I'm rubbing into that dock there. Let's straighten this up a little bit. Alright, here we go. Yeah, because you can easily, it's not too bad. It just looks super weird, I guess, as far as because you can see underneath, you know, clearly underneath. So yeah, that's why I had set it the way I did in the first place, because I didn't want it to do that, because that looks super weird. But if that's the only way we can get it to work, we might have to settle with that, possibly. It'll probably definitely squish it down a little bit once we put weight on it, but it's just how much it'll squish it down is what we need to. Okay, so let's go ahead. We need to give ourselves a little bit of money. We're gonna test this out. So let's do that. Let's buy the truck. And we need a trailer, so the Wilson Pay Center. This seems to be the longest one out of all of them, between that and the Load King. So that's why I tested it this way. As far as that's the way I've got it designed so far. is to accommodate the longest trailer in the game. I did test it, the ferry with this one here. This setup here is too long, also too heavy. So the fact that this is the sleeper with that one there, this has proven to be too long. So whether or not I adjust the ferry, I guess, to that setup there, that's still yet to be determined. I have the ability to be able to do that, that's for sure. Make that ferry a little bit longer and to accommodate that type of setup. But whether or not, yeah, I mean, it's one thing, I guess, to set it up for the dimensions of the setup there, but as far as if it can't handle that weight, if I can't balance it out to be able to handle the maximum amount of weight, that's the other problem, anyway. Definitely two different things got to deal with there. Alright, so we are empty. Okay, just to confirm that, so we'll test it with it empty, and then put something in it, and we'll see what happens both ways. Just as we have been. Yeah, so the fact that this terrain, yeah, just keep in mind this is not final. This is, I've done some terraforming, I guess, in the save game itself or whatever to kind of somewhat accommodate this without making it totally ugly, but it's enough just to get the stuff on and off, but it won't be this way. It'll be much more refined, I guess, as far as once I get the ferry figured out. Yeah, as far as the ports here, they'll be much better. Alright, so the fact, can we move? Okay, so we can move with it empty. Okay. Let's test this out. So we'll move it back to the dock so we can see we can move that way. That's good. And we still got that little bit of take note, I guess, of how much lift we got on this here. Now we want to put something in the truck. And this is the only other problem that I've found here too. You want to make sure that you're far enough over to the one side, otherwise you get pinned here. Yeah, see, I got a lot of room on that side, so it really behooves, I guess, to kind of get the vehicle, I guess, over far enough. So I might put something in the way there, gets to kind of make sure that you're staying far enough over to the other side of the ferry so that you don't get stuck trying to get out of this here. Like if you do this here, you get pinned in between. So that probably be another adjustment I'll make. Let's just tab over to it. There we go. So yeah, unless you make sure that you're over far enough, you won't get pinned. But if you're like this, you won't necessarily get pinned. So okay, so let's just put something in here. Let's go. We've been testing it out with wheat. Let's put some wheat in both bellies. Alright, so now we're full. And we'll see if we can move the ferry. The first thing I want to look at here is how much did it squat. She didn't squat too much. Still got quite a bit of lift on it. Question is, can we move? And we can move. So that we're in a step in the right direction, it seems. Okay, this is forward. We gotta go backwards. So we can move. It's kind of slow. So obviously it is compensating for the weight. So it does let us move, but it's still got quite a bit of lift on this here. I'm gonna put this on cruise just to see how far it lets us go. Let's check this out. Let's put it on cruise. How fast does it let us go? Not very fast. So that, the fact that it's pretty slow going here. I mean, it does let it move. That's a good thing with it full. But what's kind of weird is the fact that it's got all this lift on it. That's the only thing I was hoping not to have to deal with there. Now, probably what I could do, just to kind of make it a little less cheeky, I could put another piece onto you know, just something visual at least anyway to kind of take away from that rigidness, because the way this entire ferry is, right? Uh-oh. Why did we stop? Oh, I must have pushed, my bad. I took it off of cruise control. I could basically add a scab, for lack of a better way to put it, to kind of fill in that gap between there. That doesn't have a rigid body in it. That could be an option. And that would be a matter of adjusting the model for at least this version of it to do that. So at least we got it moving. That's it doesn't move very fast, but I guess the fact that it's moving, I think that's a step in the right direction. I mean, ferries don't move very fast anyway, I guess that's why I look at it. So, but the fact that I was hoping it would get a lot closer, I guess, to the 15 miles an hour. This is actually not too bad. Not too bad at all. I might be able to adjust the springs from this point and put them back to where they were in the first place, with the wheels at this position, and just edit the ferry model itself, like I said, just to put a scab or a piece on to that to remove that gap that's between the water and the bottom of the ferry. Could probably do that. That doesn't have a collision or rigid body to it. This might be a reasonable solution, I guess, to this here. At least for this version, anyway. So we're making some progress, I suppose. I think what I will do, though, is try and adjust the spring travel and the springs themselves and the XML to where I had it in the first place with this wheel setup, and we'll see how that works. So I think that'll be my next test. Yep, and I pinned myself again. Alright, so let's get out of this. Let's go ahead and get out of this. We don't want to save any of that. Okay. I'm considering that to be progress. It's just a matter, it's just that amount of lift that's in it to get it to move, I guess, in that fashion. But I think it can be, I can accommodate that. That's the best way I can describe it, as far as to put a scab onto the bottom part of the, at least for that version of the ferry, to be able to put some space in between where it hits that, and just not put any collision in it. That would be a matter of going into 3ds Max and adjusting the model that way. So I'm going to leave that all like that. Okay. I will want to adjust. I'm going to put all this back this way, and I'm going to test it, putting back to its original. So I had these at 60, and these were at 0.25. So with that wheel set, I'll check it and see how that is. Let me go back to, hold on a second, folks. I'm going to go back to his other latest. Let's go back to this one. I like this one here. This guy's pretty cool. It's open. Cool. Alrighty then. So 25. I'll adjust all these springs back to 60. That was the original setting. That was where I found it to be. More stable. Not that it isn't stable that way, but I want to be able to test it this way with that wheel set up. So if it works this way, this is where I want to leave it. Just like that. So 0.25. So basically, if you want to call it a 1/4 inch of space in between each coil of the spring, and it's kind of like not a real tall spring, it's somewhere in the middle. It's not a real short spring, but it's not really tall. So it's kind of somewhere in the middle as far as length of the spring. So, alright, so we save that. Okay, now what we want to do is open up this model into our 3ds Max, and we'll do some adjustments on there to the model. Let's open this up. I think this was, I didn't have anything open in it, but I did have 3ds Max open prior to the power outage, I guess previously. So this program did crash too, but I didn't have anything open in it, so I didn't lose any work there, fortunately. We'll get this to load up here. I guess while that's loading up there, I'm going to take a short little bio break, and I'll be right back. Hang tight. Alrighty, folks. I'll just a little bio break there. We are back on. Let's see here. Max is loaded. Pardon me. I don't know where that came from, but alright then. Yeah. So what we need to do, I have in that same working folder here, I do have the model. And this is the one I already increased the length on it, and that was so I started off one here. This was the basic shape that I based it on the model from FS17, recreated that whole thing, remapped, just completely rebuilt from scratch. And that's yeah, it had a lot of issues with it, so I'm going to open this one up here and go from there. Okay, so let's go open. Ferry, and we'll go into this one here. So this is the one I started off with here, and it's basically the baseline. This whole model here is, you know, if you look at the giant center here, it's all one piece. With exception to, okay, I guess I did separate out the details. Okay, I thought I kept it all as one piece, but I guess I did do. There was an issue that I was having with. There's a reason I did it this way, as far as to put it with that, but for the most part, the original body, the original model was all, this is all one piece. There was a reason I had to do that. I think it had to do with the way the mapping, it was getting stepped on when I collapsed it all in one piece there, so I had to break it down this way. But relatively all this stuff here, it picks up the rigid body of the main transform. So what I'd probably have to do, this is what I was thinking about, I guess, when I was on my bio break, how would I be able to put a piece onto that doesn't have a rigid body? Not sure how I would do it without making a separate component. So basically this is all one component, and if I do it the way I'm thinking, I would have to add a separate component, which is not 100% hard to do. You would just have to make sure that you define that in your XML to include, I could probably even go so far as just to make it the same center of mass as the main component here. And that shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's not going to be something you're going to be able to switch to as far as the schema or anything like that. It's just going to be a part of the overall same model. It's just that it has to have its own component structure based up in the components here, so I'd have to make a separate one for that specifically. Yeah. So I think that should be feasible. I should be able to do that. Yeah, because if I simply just create like fins or something on it to extend the bottom out for that model, it's still going to have collision in it, and that's what I don't want. And the only way to separate that rigid body, that collision from this, is I'd have to create a separate component from this main transform, which has rigid, collision in it. So it would have to be separate from it, so it doesn't have the collision in it. So, yeah, the only way I would be able to do that is to do it, say, just for an example, this is not how you would do it, but it's like if I brought a separate piece in here, it would have to be another component, and it would come into here. Let me just do it this way. It would have to come in here like this as a separate piece. So like just for an example, it would have to be a separate component like this. And again, this is not how I'm going to do it. This is definitely not the way you want to do it, but you create a scab on it, and it would have a texture and all that stuff, and it would fit the bottom of this here to kind of fill in that gap that we see in the game. And so I would make a scab. This would all be textured and it would be form factored, I guess, to the actual shape of the ferry, but it would be in a separate transform here all by itself with no rigid body, in order to be able to still give you the visual that you don't have that gap or that spacing in between the water plane and the bottom of the ferry, but there's no collision there to make it bog down again. But if we have collision in there and add to the bottom end of the model, even with the adjustments that we made to the wheels, we're still going to be right back to square one as far as it wanting to belly out, because it's got that collision in the bottom. So I'd have to make a separate piece like this with no collision in it, similar to this. This is not the way you do it, but similar. I mean, if I really wanted to get really cheeky, I guess, about it, I could make it just like this, make it non-renderable. But then it wouldn't compensate. It wouldn't. How do I want to put this? It wouldn't make it so that you have the visual of it still being in the water without a collision. So it wouldn't really help our purchase there. We want this to be this shape that we create as a scab to the bottom part of the ferry with no collision, but we want to have it textured to make it look like it's actually a part of the ferry. So that kind of answers that question. But anyway, that's similar to the approach I would take to it, but I would have to make it a separate component. That was the main takeaway, I guess I was trying to explain there. Which would mean, if I do that, I'd have to script it to say, okay, it's got two components, and that second component is, got that particular mass. Just to kind of give you an example, I'm trying to think of one that has a vehicle that has, so we can look at a default piece of equipment in the game. So it's like the way it's scripted for more than one component. So a main component and then like a child. So let's say if we go into vehicles, and I'm going to use, say, John Deere comes to mind. So if we look for John Deere, and we'll say open up the 6R, just to look at the script to get an idea how this is set up here. So this has got oh, maybe that one doesn't have it. I thought that one had to have 2 components. That's only got 1 component too. Okay, I was pretty sure that had 2 components. Maybe it's not the 6R I was thinking of. Just a second here. One of these does. I'm trying to remember which one it is now. Actually, okay, wait a minute. That's the, yeah, I'm in the wrong thing. My bad. 6, yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Series 6R. This one here. This is the tractor, the 6R tractor. So this one has 2 components. One of them is being, it has to do with the steering assembly. So this one has 2 components. And you would, if I was to open up the tractor, in fact, I'll just go ahead and do that and show the structure of that, just to kind of give you an idea of what I would have to do with the ferry, because actually I need to know myself just to kind of understand it. I mean, understanding the general concept behind it, but it's just how you would set that up. So let's load up the John Deere 6R. Now, of course it's going to do that. Okay, so we're going to have to navigate to Giants Editor. I'm telling you, I don't know why you just don't go to the proper directory when I open things directly from that directory. Alright, so let's go to Vehicles, John Deere, and the 6R series. Here we go. So if we open this up, okay, so here's the tractor. Default setup here, so you'll see the 2 components. So you see this main component, this first line that's in this component section deals with that first component in the scene graph here. So that this line here represents this component. So as far as the center of mass and all that stuff for it, that's what this represents. That's how the game reads it, as far as when it reads the i3D and it sees that it's got 2 components, it's going to look for those 2 lines. So it should have 2 lines based on the structure of it in Giants Editor. So when the game loads, it says, okay, there's 2 components, I should see 2 lines. And these are the 2 lines. So it reads component 1 and component 2. So the fact that I would have 2 components in the ferry, I'd have to create this second component. I don't really necessarily need to have them joined, but because this is dealing with this joint here, is because it's a steering mechanism, so it is dynamic. I don't need any dynamic parameter, I guess, to that scab that I would put on the bottom of the ferry, so I wouldn't need this joint necessarily. Probably the only thing that I would need is probably just to, as far as the joint goes, I guess this is why I'm looking at it. I would only need it to say I want those two to be joint. I don't want them to be separate. So like something that's going to operate totally separate, I guess, from the whole model, right? So I might have to add that. The only thing is I won't need, so like in here it's saying that component is the front axis joint. Now if we look at front axis joint, these is all i3D mapped, right? So if we look down here for front axis joint, probably would have been easier if I had just looked for a search. Let's do that. I'll just highlight this and we'll search for it in the i3D mappings. That'll be much quicker. Oh, and it's already populated in there. Cool. So in this one here, that happens to be 004. So if we go into the model, we can see that it's 004. So it's going to be in this transform. This would be 1. Actually, no, that's 0. Yeah, this one's 1, and this one's 0. So that's referring to this one here, and it's there should be a node in here at 004. That one's 2, 3. 002. Yeah, here's the front axis joint. So that's what that's referring to. So that's the structure of that. So in that joint, it's saying this is joined to the rest of the tractor, basically, just to kind of put it in perspective. So it's saying that joint that I've shown in Giants Editor, which involves the steering, is joined to component 2, to component 1, I should say, which is the main tractor, the main body of the tractor, I should say. So this main component, that front axis is joined here, and then the other joint, that's what I was looking for. The other joint, so component 1 to component 2, which has this node. There should be another node. Not really sure. It's only showing the one node. Anyway, this is something similar that I would have to do. Now, whether I 3D map it or not, it's not going to matter. As long as I put the proper node in here as far as like what is joint, I guess, to what. So in this case, I'll probably have to say I want that scab that I put on the bottom of the ferry joined with component 1. So component 1, component 2, and I'll put that node for that. It'll be that translate of that scab, the bottom of that, as the node as to what I want joined, for example. So I'll have to keep this open here so I can necessarily apply that to the ferry. Okay, so I'll probably keep, and I'll probably close this one for now. I get the general idea behind that, so just kind of wanted to show that a little bit. But that's how applying, when you have more than one component in a vehicle, you know, in any type of equipment, that's how you would do that. So if you can't just apply this right here and expect it, I guess, to say what, you know, the game doesn't know what you want to do with it. It's like it's just there, so it may not. What'll happen is, in most cases, if I had this in here, if I put the shape in here and I don't put that component, it's going to read it. It's going to say, well, you got this component in here. I don't know what you want me to do with it. So when you try to, if I were to try to drive the ferry, it would just leave it in that spot, you know, in this original spot. So it wouldn't move with the, because it doesn't know, the game wouldn't know what to do with it. So not only do you put it in here, you have to script it to let it know as far as, you know, what you want to do with it. Is it joined? Is it what? So that's part of the other piece of the puzzle, I guess, as far as when you do it in that fashion, like I would do. So with all that being said, we just got to apply it, is all. So we delete that out for now, and I am in the RW. Cool. So we'll keep this all open and kind of use that as a reference. So what I need to do, probably the best way, I think I got this all collapsed, don't I not? No, it's all grouped. Cool. So the only thing I should need to deal with is the body. So let's do this. And I'm going to ungroup it. Currently have it grouped. And it should have the floor. This part, I think I can use that. That's basically the bottom floor here. So what I do is I create a clone of this and use that as my second component, as my component 2. Just make a clone of it and just make it thicker basically on the bottom to give it that extra bulk, I guess, on the bottom to take away that visual, and it won't have any rigid body to it, right? At least that's in theory. That's the idea. So we'll have to test it once we do that, but in theory, at least that should work. So if I do a clone of this, let's go to edit, clone, and that's fine. Yeah, so do it this way, and then all we want to do, I'm gonna scoot this down. So that's basically a clone of that same piece, right? And I didn't realize, I guess I got poly all the way through that too. Interesting. And I probably don't really need that, but that's okay. sure I had a method. Oh, these are all... Okay, no it doesn't. Cool. It's all hollow there, that's fine. So what I want to do is basically line this top edge of this clone piece of that to the bottom edge of this. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about the fact that it's still got a poly there. Just to test this out here. So it'll have a poly here on the bottom as well as a poly, whoops, on this here. Yeah, so it'll have, once I butt that up, it's still going to have a poly inside of here. I won't worry about that right now. If we can test that out and if that works that way, then I can clean it up to remove that poly, I guess, from, yeah. There's no need to keep unnecessary polys, I guess, that you're not going to see, I guess is what I was getting at there. So for at least for testing purposes here, I want to get the Z of this vert on this one here, so I can butt this one up to that, make it nice and flush, and just add that extra bulk, I guess, to the bottom of it. Alright, so copy that, and I want to go into here. Probably what I'll do is I want to move the pivot, so I want to effect pivot. I'm going to put on my vert snap, and where's my transform here? Okay, so for this I want to snap it right to this vert. So what that's going to do, by putting that pivot right there, when I set this piece here based on this pivot to that Z in there, it's going to flush that right up. It's going to butt that evenly, I guess, to that, to this edge that I cloned. Alright, so let's yeah, with that set, we just paste this in here, and that's going to butt that right up there. So that's adding that bulk to it, so it's going to make it look like one piece with just a little bit more bulk to it. Now, just for the sake of testing here, in theory here, this is all in theory, this should add that visual of that space that we've got in between the water plane and the bottom of the ferry. Because so far, when we've tested so far, we've gotten to be able to move, so we just want to take that space, that spacing that's in that gap that's in between the surface of the water and the bottom of the ferry, just to make it look a little bit more realistic. So this piece that we're creating here is going to be a secondary component. So I don't need to do anything else to the rest of the model that we've got here. I just want to add that second component. So that's how I created that, just by what I did there. So with that done, I'm going to go ahead and... What the heck? Oh, I'm already in that mode. My bad. So I need to go here, and actually I want to effect pivot, center this at this point. I'm always getting into the habit of resetting the X form just to make sure. I didn't change the model, I didn't modify that piece at all, as far as just to clone it and bring it down like I did. So, but I've always gotten into the habit, just go ahead and reset the X form. It doesn't hurt to do that anyway. So we're going to reset, select it, and then I can just confirm by the, yep, that's what we want to see. So collapse to all. So now we've got that piece. Now we can spit that out as an i3D. So I'll take everything else out in the scene, right? I'm kind of almost curious if I want to save this scene just so I have it. I think I want to do that. So I might just go ahead and save this like it is, and I'll kind of know what's going on here. So I'm going to save this way. And I can, so yeah, just so I have it, so just in case. So I had that power outage earlier, and that's kind of freaking me out. So I'm going to do this, just so I have that to come back to. And then I'll go ahead and, now with that saved, I feel a little bit better. So now I'm going to take everything out but that piece. Everything out but that piece. Delete everything else, so just leave this, it's centered. X-form's good. I'll spit this out, export it out as a i3D. Okay, and then we want to do i3D. And we'll just save this as scab. It doesn't matter what we name that as, because when we bring it in, it's going to be a different name anyway, as far as what we named it here, so that's fine. Export. Good deal. Alright, so that should be on our desktop. And now I want to do is go into this and change the texture directory here. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yep, just checking everything else there. It's cool. So save, close, and now we'll bring this i3D into shapes file into our mod folder here, like so, and then we'll be able to import that in via Giants Editor. So import. Whoops, we gotta navigate back to here, and there's our ID3D. So there's our piece. Now it's just a matter of lining that up. Now we want this right where it's at. I want that to be a second component, right? So now it's just a matter of lining it up. So the fact that it didn't line it up where I probably just have to change this translate to 0 it out. That should be fine. And of course not. Okay. Most cases that's the way it would work, but the fact that the scaling is 1, that's by resetting the scaling and all that stuff. So we don't want rigid body in this. This is the reason why we're doing this. We want to take that out. We want this to be basically hollow, but it's just going to give us that visual. So the rigid body is going to start at that original bottom that we have in this part of it, but not in here. So that's what's going to give us the visual to take the gap out, but it won't have the collision into it. That's why I want to do it potentially as a second component. Okay, so it's just a matter of getting this lined up, I guess, with the bottom of this here. I was kind of hoping it would put that right where it needed to go. So, I mean, for the most part it is. It's just on that y-axis. So, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Kind of gives us a little bit of adjustability too, but it also creates a necessity to space it out too much to the point where we got a gap. We don't want a gap between where that starts and ends. That's not too bad. Alright, so now the other thing we'll have to do, with that applied as a scab onto this, okay, we'll need to apply that in our XML as far as the second component. Excuse me. So initially what I'm going to do here is just apply a duplicate of this component that we have here. And whether or not that'll be sufficient, we'll have to test it out to see. More than likely, it won't. So we'll have to probably adjust the mass of that little piece there, because this is probably going to be too high. But we'll at least test it to see. If anything, we'll just have to bring this down. That should be about it. So as far as the joint, let's do this. Let's grab this part. Okay. We'll do this, and we'll paste that into our components. Like this, and then we'll just have to change a couple things. So component 1, 2, that'll stay the same. This node, we want that to be that new piece. So this new piece right here, we want it to be this node. In fact, let me see here. I may be able to just put this node. Yeah, I think that's the way we want that, because when I looked at it from the... Yeah, I'll have to test this out to see. In theory, I think I'm correct, but I could be wrong. This is an i3D mapping, so I'm just using the raw node in this case. I don't have anything i3D mapped in this, so... See, the fact I don't need all this other noise in here, to be honest. I just need to join component 1, component 2, so that doesn't keep it separate. I may not even need this part at all. I'm gonna leave it just like this, just to test it. If it does give me any issues, then I'll know what I need to take out. It should give me a clue. If anything, I know this mass on the second component is going to need to be adjusted. It's probably going to make it too heavy for just that small little scab. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and adjust this anyway, because I kind of know just what I said there. I know that mass is not that heavy as far as that little piece, as far as that scab that I put on the bottom of the ferry. So what I don't know as far as like what that actual mass needs to be, I do know it's less than half, because this mass that I've got for the ferry in total, it's definitely going to be half as much. So if anything, it'll be a quarter of the 22,000. So even if I was to do this quick calculation here, so a quarter of 22,000, just to kind of, it might even be less than a quarter, but just to times it by a quarter. Whoops. 22,000 times 0.25. 5,500. So even if I put it roughly at that weight, that should be pretty close, right? So we'll set this mass here for our second component at 5,500, and then go from there. That'll be basically a quarter, which is probably, that little piece there's probably way less than a quarter, but I'll give you a rough idea anyways, anyway, where we need to have that. Okay. Making some progress here, I feel. I like the make-believe anyway. So let's, with all that done, let's go ahead and save this. And then we want to save this model with that scab on there, with that new component. We took the rigid body off of it, right? That was the whole idea of doing that in the first place. Okay, so now we'll just set this up this way so that we can save this model in this configuration. Save as this here, and I can probably remove this i3D from that. We don't need it anymore because it's already in the model here. So before we zip it up, we'll just take it out. Take this i3D out. Do some cleanup there. We'll put this right back on the desktop, actually. There we go. And we'll go ahead and zip this back up. Like so. So we'll cut this out and put that in our mods folder and test it out. Now even with the considerations that I took with it, you know, as far as the mass and all that stuff, I'm 100% counting on the fact there's going to be some errors. More than likely going to be some errors and things that need to be fixed. So I'm going to definitely be looking at the dev console when I load this up, because I probably will have some errors, like I said. And if it doesn't show up in the console, it's definitely going to be present, I guess, in the functionality, I guess, of the ferry itself. So we're gonna find out here in a moment. So let's go into the game, load it up, and let's bring the dev console up. So initially we should be able to see if there's any problems with the way the components are set up for that ferry. It'll show in the dev console here. Yep, so we already got an error there. Gotta scroll that back up and check it out. Yep, so we already had an problem with that there. So what is it saying? What is it saying here? What does it tell me? So it says, oh, no clip distance is set to component node skip, which is our new piece. Oh, it's just warnings for the clip distance. Okay, gotcha. Invalid save game component count. Ignoring save game position. Error. Joint actor skib is not a... Okay, so that's giving me good information. So it's telling me because it isn't a rigid body, I don't need that joint actor. right? So it's probably, what that's telling me is that probably isn't going to, we'll go ahead and check out the ferry, but basically that's good information. That's telling me that that joint actor that I put in my components, because that skib isn't a rigid body, I don't need that, right? So that's actually pretty good information. That gave me a very good clue as to how I need to set that up. Okay, so let's go over and just go check this out here anyway, see how we're doing. Let's tab over to the ferry. Yep. So, okay, kind of what I somewhat expected. So it kind of threw it up in the air. So that's okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so let's go fix that issue. Fair enough. So yeah, with all that save game information, as far as that, you know, because there was a problem with that and it was already loaded in the save game, it's basically saying nope, this ain't gonna work. So fair enough. So we'll take that portion out of the components. We'll take that joint thing out of there. We probably don't need it. That joint thing is obviously only if the separate components have a rigid body in it, I suppose. That's what I would. Yeah, from what that's saying in the warnings and the errors anyway. So we don't need this part. Take this out. So we just have these two components. Okay. And it was also saying there was no clip distance set. Whoops. To this here. Minimum clip distance. So this one right here. So we got to set this probably to 300. And that's probably only because I don't have rigid body in it. So I'll set this to 300. And what does that do? Wait a minute. Why is it doing that? That's not right. Let's see if I take this out. So if I put the minimum clip distance in there, what? That's weird. Well, I'll be damned. Let's see. Let's try changing this to. I don't know why it necessarily does that. Huh. What do I have this set at? Just is curiosity. So I got this set at 10,000. Okay. This one's. Set that one here. I don't really know why. So the other error that I was getting is it didn't have a set minimum clip distance. But neither does that, so I wonder why. Huh, interesting. Whoops, we need to take this back here again. Hold on. Go back here again. Here we go. Yeah, so I don't know why it's telling me, because even these parts here don't have a minimum clip distance here. Okay. I don't know, maybe once I correct that issue with the joint access there that I have in the script, it might not necessarily. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's what, yeah, because there's 0 minimum clip distance here. And there's none here. I'm just checking all this. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. So we'll try and resave it again this way. Yeah, let's try and resave it. Let's do file save. I didn't really make any change there, but we'll go ahead and do this. We did make a change here, so make sure we save that. Yeah, the two components, remove that joint. Okay. Save that. Cool. And let's go try this again. We'll zip this back up. Try it again. Definitely want to pay attention, I guess, to the the errors and the warnings that show up, I guess, in your log as far as the dev console. That is your friend when it comes to stuff like this. But also just kind of knowing what some of those errors and warnings mean. So what it was telling me, I'm not 100% sure, I guess, about the lack of a minimum clip distance, but I'm assuming that might have been just a add-on error or warning because of the way I got the joint down there and it not being able to see a rigid body. It's just, it didn't know how to, you know, the game, as far as it generating that, it didn't know how to respond, and that's the best way that it could. So sometimes it'll throw erroneous types of warnings because of other issues that you have with the model that you're trying to script in. So that's probably what was going on there. Okay, so let's go back on in here. Let's see what's going on this time. So we'll load the dev console, see what we have this time. I'm totally expecting there to be something for sure. Yep, we still got something there. Crap. Okay, let's see what it is this time. What does it relate to this time? So it's just the warnings for the, yep, the default clip distance. But I'm not getting the error this time. So just the two warnings. So invalid save game component count, ignoring save game position. Crap. So that means that's not good. Invalid save game. See, it might be because, yeah, so the fact that I'm trying to do it on an existing save game, that component isn't added. I'd have to go to the save game and actually edit that component into it. That's probably why it's doing that. That's what's happening there. So that would be a matter of editing the vehicles in the current save game. So that's what that is. But I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that clip distance, the minimum clip distance. I don't know what's up with that. That's really weird. It shouldn't be doing that, but okay. Let's get out of that. Let's see if we can tab over to it. I think we're gonna get the same. We're gonna get the same result we did before. It's gonna be way up in the air. Oh nope, it's over here. That's interesting. Yeah, so I think it's more because I would have to edit the save game. That is really peculiar. Okay. Interesting. Alright. So it's almost looking like the amount that I moved it up to get it butted up there, that's how much it lifted, maybe even more. Crazy, but the fact that it put it back at the store, that's really weird. That's a new one. Okay. The fact that it is here, it's just not alrighty then. So what I'll probably have to do, well, if I go in to edit the save game, I'll have to make sure I back up the save game item, I guess, prior to doing that is all. So we can do that. Why not? I'm not really 100% sure what I'd have to edit in the save game, but let's go take a look. So that's in this save game, and I gotta go to vehicles. I'm gonna copy this one and save a copy of that. So when I make an edit to this, I can still revert. Alrighty then, so let's open up a notepad. So now what we'll search for is ferry. And it'll show everything that's going on with it as far as it's got component 1. Now, the reason it's showing that error in when I load it, it doesn't have any position for it, so that's probably why it threw it back to the store in the disk configuration that it was. So I just have to add that component as far as its translate and what have you based on what's in Giant's editor, so that it knows what to do with it. So basically what I can do is just copy this line and then just change the translates for based on the translates in Giants Editor. So for this piece, see what I don't know, hold on. I may have to look for something else in here that has two components, because I'm not sure how it tells the difference between this being at 0 and this one being at 1. I guess as far as I do have a 6R, so let me look for John Deere 6R and I'll go look at it that way. Alright, so let's look up John. Alright, so there's the 6R. Nope, that's the grain head. Try again. That's the combine. Okay, here we go. So this one's got two components. Okay, so I gotta have component 2. Okay. That makes sense. You know, that coincides with the XML of the ferry. I got component 2. I think that's how I put it. I better check that. Yeah. So component 1, component 2. So it doesn't really list that in the XML here, but it does in the save game. That's component 2. So that's probably the way it signifies as far as which the second component. So this would be in the scene graph, this would be 0, this is 1, and if you had additional components it'd be, you know, consecutive, I guess, in that fashion. Alright, so let's look, go ahead back to the ferry. And so for this one I need to put component 2 instead of component 1. Like so, and then I'll get the translates for that. Actually, no, those would have to be the same. Right? Yeah, those would have to be the same, because we don't want it to be in a different location, I guess, than the main component, right? So I don't need to change that at all. So this is this position on the map, currently. That's what it's, okay. I had to read that right. Okay, so let's go back to the John Deere. I want to compare that. So let's go back to... Okay, so this one's a little bit different, and it's probably because the one component is a steering, so it's going to be a little bit different. Slightly. Yeah, you can see those slight differences again. So the Z is the same. So depending on if it's turned, you know, what have you, that's going to determine its translate. So yeah, that's why I'm seeing that little bit of variation. That's because that second component is dealing with the steering apparatus, you know, the whole steering part of it. Okay, so I think I'm good there, because mine's not movable or dynamic. It should be in the same. We want it to be the same. We'll find out, that's for sure. At least in theory, that's what it makes sense to me. So let's go ahead and save this in the save game, and we'll go in and check it this time. So at least it's loading the ferry, it's just not loading it correctly. So the only thing we should probably have left is the clip distance thing, which I'm not 100% sure how to fix that, or even understand, I guess, why it's doing that. Alright, so we're figuring this stuff out there, folks. We'll eventually get this darn thing working, right? Okay. Load up our save game. Dev console. So now we shouldn't, at least we shouldn't be getting an error for that save game for that component. No, we're still, yeah, so I think it's just that for that minimum clip distance thing. I think that's all it was showing this time. Scroll back up here. Yep, so now it's just for that clip distance. That I'm not worried about. That's just a warning. But that deal with the save game, that was not good. So the fact that we edited that into the save game to have it say, look, this is what you need to do with that component, Yeah, that actually went away. So this this here, I'm not really sure why it's doing that, but I'll have to look into that one post fact. But at least we're eliminating problems. All right, so we should be able to. That ferry should be where it needs to be. Perfect. Now, how do we look? Doesn't seem to be loading. Oh, it's way down here. What the frick? That's weird. Okay. Alright, so that would be on the Y. As far as the translate for that. But at least it's putting it on the water, right? So we're getting closer. That's just, I'm not really sure why it's putting it that way. Very peculiar. So I'm not even sure. So that was the way it initially loaded it. When I loaded it in the editor, if you remember. I am almost wondering if I need to, when I save the i3D for it within that second component, I need to zero out that piece as far as the freeze translate the Y position. I'm wondering. I'll have to take a look at that. So at least we're getting closer. We're getting closer, I guess, to... But if you remember, as far as when I loaded that that scab piece, I guess, into the model, right? Into the Giants editor, how much low it was, I think what I need to do is just freeze transform this to 0 so that it stays there, because I think it's not... especially with trying to get it into this new save game. If I was to do a new save game, it'd probably be fine. But because I'm trying to use an existing save game, I think if I freeze transform, it'll also translate it into the a new save game too. I think if I just zero this out, then I should be fine, as opposed to leaving it this way. So let's try that. Because as this main component is here, it's at 0. So I think the fact that I've got this this way, it doesn't like that. So that's why it's loading it in the way it is. So, okay. Let's go ahead and freeze transform this on a translate, like so. That should, in theory, correct that problem. So that's now zeroed out. Okay, now we'll go ahead and save this i3D. File, save as, RW. Alrighty then. So now we got that all saved. Now we'll go ahead and make our new zip. Select all. Test archive. That's cool. Now we'll do cut and put that in our mods. Which is up here. So far the edit that I made to the save game on the vehicles file in the save game, that's not 100% wrong. Just put it that way. Okay. So we need to go back in the game. Here we go. Let's test it out. So we should have, that should be in the proper position now with that scab piece on the bottom of the ferry. Hopefully. That is the hope anyway at this point. So here we go. Load up the save game. Okay, so the only thing we should have is that minimum clip distance thing, if anything. Which again, like I said, I don't know why it's doing that. I didn't see any other lines. Yep. So it's just that one for that minimum clip distance thing. Kind of weird, but okay. I don't know if that's just because of this save. There might be something that I have to set for that component in the save game too. I'll have to take a look at that maybe. Alright, so we should be able to get to the ferry. Okay, it's still off. That is super weird. I wonder why. Okay. Yeah, see, I would have expected to at least put that. See, and it seems to be only on the Y, so the height, as far as the up and down, it's no other way. So that's kind of weird. Now, at this point, it might be just a matter of how I've got it in comparison to the main component. It's probably just, it needs to be adjusted on the Y that way. I almost need to load this up in a new save game to see how that looks. And I'll be able to tell if it's got that scab in there, because I can tell by the pattern, you know, some of the patterns that are on that. I could be able to tell that it's actually loading it properly. This might just be a save game issue, as far as in that vehicle save game file, as to why it's not putting it in the right position, because that should be totally being able to. So what I'll do, now that we got that figured out, let's go into a new save game and I'll load that ferry up at the store and we'll just check it out there. I just want to confirm, I guess, that it should be loading properly with the new save game. So without editing the save game, the vehicles in the save game, I guess, directly, I was going to try this up in a new save game. So let's go to a new save game. New farmer, load our map. It doesn't even matter which map, really. But I'll just turn some stuff off here. So we'll turn off the seasons. Stop, man. We want to definitely make sure we're loading the ferry. Yep. So we'll load this up. So we'll just go ahead and buy it in the store, and we'll see how that. I'm guessing, at least in theory, it's going to line up where it should be if we buy this initially here, and that just means I'll have to adjust the save game, I guess, to make it, you know, to put that scab piece in there in the proper position, which is no big deal. Okay, so let's just go ahead and buy. Let's go ahead and buy that ferry. So that's going to be over here, and we want the one with the rich water. That's the RW. So that loads in. See, this is not loading in right, so that's automatically by default here. It's not loading in correctly. And I could have probably done that in the other, yeah, in our career save game there, but this is definitely telling me this is not loading properly. So now the question is, how do I fix that? So the fact that it's above here, I'm just taking note of its position here, so I know, I have a better idea of how to tackle it. Alright, so the fact, I could have probably found that out, I guess, in our career save game, as far as the best by looking in the store. But, okay, so at least we got to that conclusion. So it's not loading into the game correctly in the first place. We need to look at that a little bit closer, I guess, between probably the XML. Not that one. So in here, see, I'm not sure if it's going to be in here or if it's going to be in here itself. Yeah, I'm at a loss here. I'm not really sure. So the way it's loading in the store, I can always zero this back out. It's loading it up like this. Huh. So the fact that it's loading it, that's actually a decent sign, but I don't know why. If anything, it should have been loading it below it like this, as far as the way this gizmo is here, but the fact that it's up here, that's really strange. I guess I can kind of see why now, so I might have to re-export this. I think the way when I did the freeze transform, that was the wrong approach. Yeah, I think that's probably what the problem is. So let's go back into here. I've already got this scene saved, so I got it zeroed out here. I already checked the, alright, let's do this. We'll do effect pivot, center. It is centered. So that's good. So there is a Z value here. I guess that's maybe part of the, okay, that's the problem. That's probably part of the problem. I gotta zero this out. I think that's the issue. I gotta zero that out. So now that this is complete. Okay, that makes sense now. Because I've separated that out there, it's got its own center of origin here from the main component. So even though it's a part of the original main component, I recentered this, so it's, yeah, I have to zero that out. I didn't notice that. So that's probably what the problem is. Alright, so now I need to re-export this. Yep, let's re-export this as this. It's right over that. We'll bring that back in. We'll try it again. That's probably what the deal was, I think. So let's do that. Let's need to reset this texture. Okay, we'll save that. Close it. Alright, so let's go to cut. And I'll just do a copy. Copy that into here. Alright, let's bring that in. File import. Okay, so it's still doing that. Huh. Well, I definitely want to take the rigid body out. So there's nothing to zero out, I guess, at this point. So I'm wondering now, that should be more at 0. So you noticed how this one here was offset. Especially after I did that freeze transform. That's what's throwing it off. So it's trying to put, at this point here, it's trying to put it at 0, which is probably like right there. That's why it's above the wall. That's why it's showing that way in the store. So this one needs to go. So this one should be better because it's, so I shouldn't need to do it, but I'll lift this up. In fact, what I need to do is get this up here like this. Okay, I should be able to zero this out, I think. I shouldn't even have to reset this to 0. I guess is the way it should work. Let me see here. Let's see here. I might have to try this both ways. From what I have come to understand, I guess, with the main component, so either this component or this component, in most cases this all needs to be at 0. So that's why I did the freeze translate. But obviously that didn't work out right because I didn't have it exported properly. So I'm thinking at this point I should be able to zero this out, and it should be good. Because this translates, see, it's putting it way down here. Okay. So yeah, the fact that this is considered 0 for the rest of the body. Okay, so as long as I get both components at this, okay, I think I'm good. So as long as I get this component is at here, this is 0, and this one ends up going the same place once I put it in position and do a freeze, that's where it should end up in the same position. So in a sense, both of these components will be at the proper position. Alright, so well, let me line this up. It really comes back down to I didn't zero it out prior to export from 3ds Max anyway. So let's put it there. And now if I do a freeze transform, do a freeze translate, that will spit down to 0. Cool. Now both of those components are at the same 0. Whereas before I made this adjustment, it wasn't. That's why it was putting it out of position. So that makes more sense. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. Alrighty then. So let's do file, save as. Okay. no changes to the XML. So I'll just take the scab back out. Cut that out and paste that to the desktop. Don't need that in our mod folder. Okay, now we'll just zip our mod folder back up. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely making some progress here. We're going to get this thing working right. Now, whether or not I'm still feeling comfortable with having a freeform vehicle, that's my only issue. I'd really like to be able to get it on a spline. So I'll probably still try and get it to work out, I guess, to work on a spline. The fact that this particular model, as far as with the one for the rigid water plane, this is probably the one that's the most tedious, I guess, of all of them. Because the other one, as far as the other version, I guess, of the same ferry, I don't have as much issues with that because it's got a different wheel setup. Because it's basically riding the ferry, even though you don't notice it, it's actually riding on the bed of the river. You know, as far as that's all smoothed out or whatever, and it's basically riding on that. So it gives it the appearance that's riding on the water. So the fact that I don't have any issue with that one, as far as even to navigate it, I guess, from the store to the water. It's just this particular one, I guess, that it's because it rides so much lower, and it's got a different, whole different attitude to it. That's why I'm having to put more attention onto it. This is why I didn't want to do it this way. They have the two different versions. Just have the one version on a spline and be done with it. But the fact that the darn spline doesn't want to load is the reason I'm having to deal with it this way, and that's what stinks. Alright, so let's load up our save game here. Now we'll probably still get that issue with the minimum clip distance, but I'll try and figure that out later, and it's not really that too much of an issue. It's just a warning, but I'm not really sure how to get rid of it. Yep, it's still in there. Okay. I think it did load, I guess, when we did on a new save game too, I believe. So that seems to be consistent with that. Okay. Let's see what we got now. Whoops, I just passed it. Dang it. There we go. So, crap. So it's closer, but it's still got a gap in there. That's weird. So that might necessarily come down to the save game itself. So I'll have, let me go to the store. That'll give me a better clue. So if I go to the store, I'm going to try to purchase one in the store, and we'll see how it presents itself there. Nope, it's still doing the same thing. What the frick, man? Yeah, that really makes no sense. So it's really loading up the same way it was before. It's putting that scab. Why is it doing that? That's weird. So everything I did there, that's basically for nothing. That's super weird. Not again. Here's trying to be fun. How are we doing, VH? Nope, I'm actually still trying to fix this daggum ferry. It's being very uncooperative. So you can see some of the changes that I've been trying to make to the ferry, right? It's creating this new piece, this new component I applied to it. It's not putting it in the right position. It's supposed to be below the boat, below the ferry, and it's not doing that. So I need to figure out why. So it's being a major pain in the butt in that regard. And now this is coming directly from the store, so this is buying a brand new one. So it's not even considering. Now if I look at the one that's I already have, you can see what it's doing here. Totally different. So it's got, it's below, it's where it should be, but it's still got the gap between the actual bottom of the boat. So the fact when you buy one in the store in comparison to what I have in here, not the same. So it's like, what the frick is going on, man? You're probably right there, DH. It's probably because it's just me. It's just being that mean to me. It's because it's me. Fair. That's probably fair. So Yeah, so really what it comes down to is the fact that it's loading this way in the store. That's the problem. I need to fix this issue of how it's loading in the store, because this is bad. And I don't know if it's because of the mass of it. If it's too light, that could be the case too. It's making it float, say for example. Let me try and see, just out of curiosity. Can I move the ferry? Does it move with the ferry? It does not. Okay, so that's a good clue. So it doesn't even move with the ferry. So that's bad. So not only is it got a gap in it between the two, it doesn't even move with the ferry. So that's an issue. What does this say? Yeah, it's still giving me that error for the minimum clip distance, which that was only because it was in... Yeah, that was from when I was looking at it in the store the 2 times. Okay. Yeah, so the fact that it doesn't even move with the... that's a problem. So I think I do need to have that joint parameter in there. It's just I gotta change that, how that's applied there. Oh my goodness. Because what I'm trying to do is have that piece not have collision in it, but still move with the entire ferry. And it's just not cooperating very well. Alright. Let's get out of this. No sense in complaining about it that way, because it's not going to fix it, so. Alright, let's see. What else can we do here? What have we not done wrong? Or do we need to fix that is wrong? Okay, so we got it in position here. We got her zeroed out. And we did get both components like that. So in theory, that I don't know why that doesn't work. So the fact that in the store, it's putting that component above it like this, I don't understand why it's doing that. I think a lot of it is the fact that it's not really joining it together. So I think it's coming back down to the XML to where I need to make this, nope, not that one. I need to make this joint here. So it's creating it 2 components, but it's treating them independently. So I need to join them. I need to make sure that they stay together. Yeah, it definitely is VH. That's what I'm trying to figure out which part of it is wrong. I just got to understand. What I do understand, I suppose, is the fact that I need to have a joint component 1 and 2. But I think I don't need all this other noise. Now, the other thing I do know, what I've already tested with, if you're going to join components, you need to have a rigid body, which I don't want to have a rigid body in that piece that I'm trying to join. Oh, brother. But that's the only way I'm going to be able to get remove the collision, I guess, from it. Thank you for the 100 biddies, VH. Appreciate that. Kind of brightens the mood a little bit. Appreciate that. I'm just not... Wow. Yeah, appreciate that very much. I'm just in deep thought here, I guess, as far as like that. That's super appreciative, though. Is that I don't feel like I deserve them, I'll be perfectly honest, because it's like, when I get into these types of modes, you know, these types of problems that exist, it's like, it's probably staring me right in the face and I just don't see it, as far as what I need to do. Alright, let me put this back to 0. That's where it needs to be. So when I set it up this way, right, it's all zeroed out, that's where it needs to be. So when I put it in the store, for some unknown reason, it's not when it loads into store, it's basically like this. So I need to figure out why. Does it have anything to do with just the mass of it? Because obviously when I go to try to move it, as you've seen there, it's not combining it or joining it, I guess, to the rest of the ferry. So that's obviously an issue as well. So I need to correct that issue. I don't know if that's necessarily something I need to adjust in the... Let me see here. Just let me take a look here. So... drivable, catcher joints, guidance steering. So component 1, that's on. Nope, that's a different thing there. So I'm just looking to see if maybe I missed something. So I did make sure I put the 2 components. That's why you only gave me 100. No, I appreciate that, VH. So what you're saying, you would gave me more if I would have figured it out. Now, just the fact you give me anything, that's something, because I don't expect to get anything based on what I'm not able to figure out. I don't deserve it. Alright, so I'm just kind of at a halt here trying to figure out. So what I'm looking at here, just to kind of give some insight, I'm looking at another piece of equipment that has at least 2 components, which happens to be the John Deere 6R. And I feel that's a little bit loud. I'm going to turn that down just a tad. There we go. So it's very... fitting music, I guess, at this point, because I'm feeling kind of sad that this is not working like I want. But anyway, what I'm looking at is this John Deere 6R series tractor that has the 2 components. That one deals with the steering, and one is the main, the rest of the tractor, right? And what I don't see, even though it does exist in the XML for the 6R. In this fashion. In fact, I got that open too. So here's the XML for the 6R that I'm looking at in the save game. It has this joint deal here. Now, when I tried to apply that to the ferry to get that thing to join with the rest of the ferry, that little piece that seems to be dragging and not wanting to be connected, the game is telling me that it needs to have a rigid body. I don't want that piece to have a rigid body. I want it to be a part of it, but I don't want it to have a rigid body or collision. So I guess what it really boils down to is what type of verbiage do I need to have in this component to make it say those need to stay together. Oh yeah, feel free to check out the so the How 1, that should be the Spline Design Studios YouTube channel. Got plenty of how-tos in there, I guess, on that. For anybody that's out there, feel free. We got trying to get more videos out there, I guess, as far as tutorials and how-tos. I have some on my own website. I got. Now, if I remember how I set that up there, the How 1 is for the Spline Design Studios YouTube page, which is the modding group to which I belong. Proudly. Exclamation point How To. In fact, I'm trying to remember how I got it set up. I think that's the mine. That would be my JRAC Nation YouTube channel. Yeah, that's what those are. So there's Sandblocks ones, but that's on my own YouTube. The How 3 is just the general Enter 2003 how-to clips, and the 4 is, I think that's just the main of my oh, wait a minute, do I got that in there twice? What the hell did I do? Alright, so I got I can't remember what I did. So I got sand. How to. Oh, that's on the SBP YouTube page. Gotcha. So that was my former modding group the modding page site that I had was SPP. So that's the Safer Barrier Project for Inner 2003 how-to clips. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't put my own YouTube channel. Let me. Now you got me wondering there, VH. Let me see here. Okay, hold on. Socials, no. I thought I had a link in there for my own YouTube. I know I got it on the channel, but I guess I didn't put one in there. I guess for the commands there. It's probably something else I need to look into, obviously. I know the main one I got in there as far as the SDS, but you can get to my my JRock Nation YouTube channel, I guess, from the first one. As far as the SDS how-tos, that goes to Spline Design. I am on there as a featured channel. So you can get to it from there. I think that might have been the reason why I did that, as opposed to just putting. Because, and then also, like I said, I got the YouTube channel for my JRock Nation. YouTube channel is in the Twitch channel here. So if you look below on the YouTube icon down there, you can click on that and get there. I think that's why I didn't put it in as a command. But all those how-tos, those are very quick snippets, I guess, of really quick how-tos and such like that, as opposed to like archives of the VODs and stuff like that. So anyway, getting back to my dilemma here, I guess, with how to get that that little piece to be connected to the rest of my ferry. Because the only thing this is really serving as, just to kind of clarify, this little piece here, the only thing that it's serving as is is basically a scab piece and whatever, so I can remove any gap that's in between how the ferry rides on top of the water plane, the rigid water plane, when you play the map without seasons. That's the only thing I'm trying to accomplish, I guess, with it is all. So. Deleted it? What do you mean deleted it? You tell me I don't want to take it out. Is that what you meant? So as far as taking this out, is that what you mean? I don't want to do that. I want this to be in this position when I load it in the store. Let alone driving it, to be able to keep it all in one piece. The only reason why I've done it this way is I don't want to have any collision in it. I just want to add a visual piece onto this to remove the gap that exists, I guess, as far as when you drive the ferry on the water, because it's lifted, so it looks kind of weird. I guess as far as when you look at it, where the water plane is, there's a gap in between there, so this is supposed to fill that gap, right? And if I put it in the main transform here with that has collision, that's not gonna do any good. So I need to have this separate like this. So that is a must. That is something I can't get around. But how do I get it to treat it as one piece? That's the question. Probably what I could try and do, and I'm sure it's going to have the same issue. This music's got to change. This is too sad. Let me change this music, because I don't like this. It's okay for other occasion here, but not this one. So let's go to playlists. Let's go back to this one. That's better. You see 14T. Yeah, I almost kind of want to. We already had that happen to me somewhat earlier. I had the power outage there, so this is part 2, I guess, of Spline Design Studios. So I'm kind of running a little bit longer, like I have been, I guess, for Saturdays. Yep, I got another 3 hours into this. So overall, I've got pretty close to 6 hours of stream time, I guess, between the first part when I got the power knocked out, and then this part. So, just really trying to think of what the heck I want to do here. Yikes, that's still off too. That's weird. That's weird how the stream itself actually gets off. I'm just looking at this stream dashboard. That's weird. Okay, anyway. I'm getting off track here, so I need to get this figured out how to get this combined. So I already know from what I've tested I can't put this joint parameter into there because it's saying it needs to be a rigid body, and I don't want it to be a rigid body. I'm just looking at all these other pieces in here. If it's something specific that's causing it to need, I think it's just this joint period, doing this joint at all. I think that's what's Dang it. So I don't think there's any way to be able to join it without having a rigid body in there, which is going to defeat the purpose of me trying to create this piece here. Dadgummit, anyway. Yeah, I'm definitely always going off track. You're not wrong. I get off on tangents pretty easily. But this is the main thing. The only last element of the map that I need to get figured out is this doggone ferry, and the fact that I'm having to make these two separate models because of the dynamics of the water plane on the map. That's what's super frustrating. Because if I get, my initial plan was to make just the one model of the ferry, have it on a spline, and it's fixed to only being able to drive it on the water plane, and that's the way I wanted it to be. But the fact that the spline, as far as being able to use the spline, it doesn't want to load the spline, and it's creating the necessity. How else do I get the ferry into the map and be able to use it on the waterway? And this is my only solution. So the fact that I'm having to go through all this noise, it's kind of frustrating, I'll be honest. And I have to create the two different models because depending on if you play the map with seasons or not, is going to determine which ferry you use on the water. So, I just don't think there's any other way to be able to get it to combine without putting a rigid body in it, but I don't want to do that. Because if I add a rigid body, it's just I'm going to be right back to square one. So all the adjustment that I made into the ride height, I guess, of the ferry onto the water plane and the rigid plane of the water, it's just going to put it right back to where it was, and I don't want that. That's not going to work. So I may have to just... Oh, man. That's super frustrating, though. Freaking giants. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that don't really like seasons, but for those that do mind to play with seasons, I'll be perfectly honest. If you play the map with seasons, you don't have to worry at all. The one ferry, the design of the ferry that the design of the one ferry that I have, you can drive that anywhere you want. It's like an all-terrain vehicle, pretty much. So as far as being able to buy it to the store and get it to the water, to even drive it off, out of the water, that's not what the one is. The biggest pain is the one that if you don't play the map with seasons, this is why I'm putting so much emphasis on that version. Plenty of people will probably play the map without seasons, right? So in order to get the ferry to work with the map without playing the map with seasons, this is why I'm having the problem with trying to get the ferry, the version of the ferry to work without playing the map with seasons. I mean, I've got it working to the point where it's drivable on the water. It's just the fact that it's got that gap. You can see that visible gap in between. It doesn't look like it's riding on the water. It looks like it's like a hover like a hover ferry, and it's super strange. So this is why I'm trying to add this piece to it to remove that gap between it. So if it wasn't for most people wanting to play the map, I guess, without seasons, I wouldn't even have to worry about this. Let alone the fact if I could have got the spline to work, you know, to get the ferry to work on a spline, it would work in either case. I wouldn't have to worry at all about this. But yeah. So the only other thing I can think of, you know, and I've been thinking a lot of things, the fact that I've got the rigid body, you know, as far as that collision, I guess, to have it the water plane work with seasons. I'm wondering if that's why the spline doesn't want to load properly, because, but yeah, part of me still wants to believe, I guess, I don't know. I'm not really sure, because any other way that I've tried to make a spline, I guess, for some, you know, something vehicle, I guess, to ride on a spline, everything works. So it's like, I don't know if it's just an issue with that water plane, the spline being on that water plane. I'm just not sure. But the fact that I want to get the ferry, this is going to be like the cherry on the top, I guess, as far as the whole map. I mean, the map would be fine without the ferry, don't get me wrong, but it would be a nice little toy to play with, I guess, as far as on the map, you know, to be able to ride the waterway, ride something on the water. So I got kind of somewhat of a I'm not saying infatuation, but an ambition, I guess, to get the ferry into the map and get it working in no matter which mode you want to play it in, as far as be it with seasons or without. You killed the spider? Nice. Now it's gonna rain. I hope you know. That's what happens. Every time you kill a spider, it's gonna rain. I can attest to that too. Killed my fair share of spiders, and daggone guarantee just about every spider I killed, it's rained. Rather profusely. So just be aware of that. I'm just contemplating here as far as what else I can do. There has to be something. There's another method or something that I can do. I mean, at this point, like I said, I do have the ferries working in the map as far as to put items on it. I've tested it with a fully loaded truck and a trailer as far as the Wilson Pay Setter, so it does move. So as far as the weight and such on it, that's fine. The only thing that I got an issue with is the gap that's in between the bottom of the ferry and the water plane. That's it. That's the only issue. So, and it seemed pretty straightforward, I guess, as far as the way I applied this to be able to add the component to it that it should have worked, but it doesn't, as I've shown and tested. I just don't know if there's another parameter to the this joint component thing that I can apply here to allow, I guess, for something join without a rigid body to it. That would be the next option there, I suppose. Because I already tested by putting the joint in there. I know I've already said this, but I'm just talking it through. As far as I've already applied this parameter to join the two, but when I applied that, it was basically saying it has to be a rigid body. So it didn't like the fact that that piece that I'm trying to join wasn't a rigid body. It didn't contain a rigid body anyway. So Yeah, because this doesn't have rigid body. So yeah, this is all picking up rigid body only because it's got rigid body in this main transform. That's why I need to have that outside of that. It needs to be in its own transform, just like I have it. Damn it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know. I gotta really think about this. I'm probably gonna have to do some more contemplating. I don't know what else I can do. So I'm probably gonna have to think about this off stream. So otherwise I can just sit here just waste a lot of time just trying to contemplate and talk this through and work it out. I'm super bummed. I just wish I could get that to work like I wanted it to. Well, if any case, I can kind of show. I don't know. For me, for my purposes, you know, my vision for it, whatever you want to call it, I just don't accept it because as far as how it looks. I just wish I could get the doggone spline thing to work. Let's go back into the game here and we'll check it out that way again. So the way I've got it, well, the way it is currently, it's still got that piece there, which is just not driving with it. So I guess it'll still kind of show it. It keeps that one piece that, yeah, just in the same spot, I guess. Alright, let's just load that up there. So the only warning that I get as far as just that clip distance on that piece, which that's not really that major of an issue, I guess, but yeah, there it is right there. Okay. So, let's at least take a look at this here. Maybe it'll... Let's just see how this works here. Okay, so the piece is loaded there, and this thing will drive this way. Just doesn't take the piece with it. So this is basically the way it looks without that piece. It'll drive. Let's see, and then it's got this gap. And this is why I was trying to add that piece. So if you look at it this way, you can see the gap that's underneath that, based on the water plane. And that's what I was trying to fix. So by having that piece on there, it would fill that void in there. This is what I'm trying to fix. I don't want to make it look like it's floating and hovering above the water plane. That's why I was trying to add that piece. So it does work this way, with no problem. Especially being able to put something on that has weight and all that good stuff. But if I try to lower it anymore to get it closer to the water plane, if I try to put something on there that has weight to it, it won't move. So that's part of the issue. So, considering the fact that most people would probably play the map without seasons, this version of the ferry needs to work better, in my opinion. And by working better, it would need to look better, and to not have this gap in between the water plane and the bottom of the ferry. That's what's super upsetting me at this point. The other thing that's kind of bugging me too is the fact that this has a scrolling image, I guess, across the windows there. I don't know what the frick is up with that. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm gonna have to see what I can do about that. Yeah, so that's something else I gotta fix on that too. Yeah, so the fact that the ferry will drive, even with something on it, it's just that I don't know if that's just gonna have to suffice. I don't know. I really don't like it that way, I'll be perfectly honest, though. 'Cause it looks super strange, I guess, as far as having it floating. So I guess unless... No, here's the upside to it. If I figure out something, a means of being able to get this to join itself... Oops. At some other point in time, this ferry will be with the map, I guess, as a mod, right? So it'll load with the map as far as in the position that I want it on the water. It's just that you'll have to have that zip in the mods folder, I guess, for it to load. So there is that. So I'm just kind of talking myself through this here as far as what is a reasonable compromise. So the fact that I will have a working ferry on it in either form, it's just it'll kind of look weird as far as floating. So until I can figure out at some later time, it'll just be a matter of updating that zip for the ferry that comes with the map, and then that'll be an easy fix. So that might be what I'll have to do. That might be what I'll have to do, and just scrap this whole idea of adding that scab onto it, at least for now. I mean, I still have it in my max scene, so that's there's that. Okay, so let's go ahead and close out of this. So yeah, the fact that it does work, I just want to be able to move on, I guess, from screwing around with the ferry and be able to really edit the map with the appropriate type of docks and all that good stuff as far as the terrain for the areas to, to dock the ferry. That's really what I want to get into, I guess, at this point. I won't get into it right now, but that's the next step I want to do. So, all right, let's get out of this. So at least for now, I won't worry about putting that second component into it. I'll just remove all that, so I'll at least do that for now. But I do have all that information saved in my 3ds Max scene, that's for sure. So I still have it here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead. Let's reset this for a second. I'm going to reload my scene. And let's navigate to that, actually. Let's go to my working folder for that. So I want to open this one up. The other thing, I guess, if anything, what I want to consider... I don't even know if I want to get into that, honestly. I think I might just leave it that way, because it had been brought to my attention, I guess, that being able to put the other truck, like say with the cotton module loaded onto the ferry, doesn't work. I might want to test. You can't fit it on there, you just can't close the gate. That's the only problem. That's about the only issue. You can't close the gate. So it does fit on there, but it doesn't. You can't close the gate. So, what I wanted to do here, at least, anyways, this here, I want to keep this separate. So I'll go ahead and group this up as body. Yeah. So we'll group this up. I'll just resave it. Just want to clean this up here real quick. So I'll do that. And now I'll just have this piece separate. Yep. That way I'll know when I open this up here as far as what I was trying to do there. Just add that scab to it. Alright, so let's save it this way. And I'll close this right out. Yep. Alright. So I'll close this right out. I'm done with that for now. So let's reset. Yes. So what I'll do is let me take a look at... I'm going to go back into the game and I'll actually demonstrate again as far as how you can get the sleeper. I want to test it to see with the way I've got it set up there if it'll move with that cotton module transport. That's what I want to do. So that's all closed out. Cool. I need to resave this without this piece in here and redo the XML and all that jazz. So let's take this out, get it back to its original construct, Probably something else I want to look into this while I'm in here is that moving. Yeah, see that moving? I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna see if I can fix that on the window while I'm in here. Let's see if we can deal with that. Let's go to glass. What do I got on this here? Okay, that's just the transform for it. There we go. So this one's got that gloss. What does it got for? What's the shader that's on this? What is it using? Well, that one's using a stream shader. Why does it have that on there? Weird. What if I just take that off? 'Cause that's super weird as far as how that scrolls across there like that. I think they were just trying to create a reflection on that. I don't like it though. So probably what I'll do is just keep the I got the 6R open. Let me see what's applied to that. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I did close it. Dadgummit. Right. Let me open that up again. Let me open up the 6R again. I want to see how they've got the windows done on that. Just out of curiosity. So I'm thinking it's probably just using the vehicle shader. More than likely. But just to kind of confirm. Games on Steam. 19 data. Let's go to vehicles. John Deere. And 6R series. I guess it doesn't really matter which series, but that's what I had open for the XML, so I just thought maybe I'd look at that. Alright, so let's take a look at where the winders are. How are they doing their winders? Of course, it always goes to the lights when you click on it like that. So cabin. Click that does have windows in it, so we got pedals, visuals, windows. Here we go. Let's see how they got those done. Glass. So that does have. Looks like it does have a normal map on it too. That's fine. What kind of shader does it have on it? So window. Yep, it is using the vehicle shader. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, what I'm thinking I can probably do is just read, and that's obviously off the 6R. I don't think it would really matter. Hold on, let me look and see what that's reading. Is this specific to the 6R? Nope, it's going into shared window diffuse. Okay, cool. And probably the same thing with the specular. Okay. Good so far. And then normal. I probably don't really need to have the normal on it. Because the one I've got here doesn't have a normal, and I know that's going to be an issue. Okay, so what I could probably do... I'm going to try this. So right now, I've got textures in here. Yep. Ferry textures, window diffuse. Okay. And then I got a specular. Ooh, that's a different specular. Okay. Those I might be able to keep, but I'm going to see if I can load the default shader. So we'll take the stream shader off of this. Whoops. Clicked on the wrong one. So let's go to game files here. So we just use a different shader other than that stream shader that I have directly in the mod. So we'll go here, we'll go to share shaders and go vehicle shader. See how this looks. Ooh, buddy, look at that. Okay, but probably what I want to do is put this on Windows. Okay. And then oh, wrong key there. Gosh darn it. So let me look at the settings for, gosh darn it, anyway, scroll, you bugger. Alright, so let's look at the settings on the 6R. Oh my goodness, stop. It's a freaking mouse anyway. Alright, so this, we got window. Just looking at the settings for that. So we got 0214 150. That's all the same. Cool. Alright, we'll try it that way instead, like that. So it should show up like this when it's dirty. That'll be interesting. Let's try that out in the game. So we're basically just eliminating using this shader here. We're not using that shader anymore. Okay. I'll have to apply that the same way in the other version if I do that though. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. Okay, and we're gonna go back here. Ferry. Yep. So I'll have to apply that the same way, I guess, on the other version of it too. Another PC? Didn't you just build one? That's crazy. Alright, I don't need this one anymore. Good with that. Close that one out. Okay. Now, gotta rezip our ferry here with our new settings. Okay. Yeah, I know, but I mean, didn't you just build one? I thought you just did one. Or was that for somebody else? I thought I remember you building one. I know there's plenty of other people that I know are built a new computer. It's like, damn, here I am, still stuck in 2013. Cost you damn much to build a new PC. You don't have at least a couple grand. You're not spending enough. All right, so we got that. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's good. So let's go back into the game there. So now I've got that back to without that scab piece in there, and we got a new window. So I'm gonna see what that looks like. Some new glass features. You have a PC place. Right. So you have, you know, like you did build a new one. I guess I was leading to. I thought that's. So you're building another one. I only got the one. I'm still hanging on. I guess it was 2013, right? 7 years old. Still kicking though. Alright, so let's test this one out here. So if anything else, two tests I want to do. I want to check out the changes that I made to the windows. And I want to be able to put, I do have the sleeper truck, you know, the Hulk I think it's called, with the cotton module, and it's loaded. I want to see if it'll move, I guess, with that loaded onto it. Now it will fit, as I said, onto the ferry, but you can't close the gates. So, yeah, this deal. Let's go take this over to the ferry. And let's go check this out. So yeah, this is loaded. It's got the two cotton modules at the maximum on that, so it's the only thing that I tested this earlier when I put this on the ferry is just a little too long. So it doesn't allow you to close the gates on the ferry. But it does fit for the most part. So let's see if we can put this on the ferry. I'm using keyboard, so steering and all that this might be a little wonky, but... Oh, wait a minute. What the frick? Where's my ferry? Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, I know what I didn't do. Son of a biscuit. I know what I did wrong. I forgot to edit the XML as well as the save game. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'll probably have to put back the original. Yeah. Okay, I know what I did wrong. My fault. Got ahead of myself. Dadgummit. See, I didn't look at the dev log. You know, as far as the dev console, I would have told me. Alright, so what I need to do... Two things I need to do. I need to adjust... I don't think I did. In the XML, I need to take that second component out. Yep. Take this out. And then basically put back in the save game. Yeah, so go ahead and save this that way. Alright, I'll have to rezip this. Do one thing at a time. Zip this back up. What the... Oh, that was just a test, my bad. I was like, what? Add archive, thank you. So I did a test archive. Alright, so let's do cut. Put this in our mods. That should be good there. Now I gotta adjust the save game. Basically, all I need to do, I made the edit to the save game, which I think I still got open. Yes. Close this. And I made a backup of that, so that's probably a good reason why I did that. So I'm going to cut this back into our save game. Like so. Yes, I want to put that back. So that's the original save game before I edited it. Okay. So now we're back to good on that. Now I can go back into there. Shouldn't have it. Ferry should be where it needs to be. Yeah, so the two things that I missed was to adjust the XML for the ferry as well as the save game. I had to edit that component into the save game. Which, since that's not working, I gotta put it back to where it was. Okay. So now let's load this up. Should be good to go now. Yeah, so the fact that last save that I did there with all that jacked up, I guess, in the XML and the save game files, it put the ferry back at the store because it didn't know what to do with it. Get confused. Alright, so there's our ferry. Alright, so we should have a different window feature on here. Cool. Nice. Yeah, so it doesn't have that scrolling image, I guess, on it anymore. That's nice. I like it. Cool. Alright, now... So that fixes that problem. I'll have to do that to the other version as well. But that's at least fixed. Now, let's get that this deal over to the ferry. And we'll test and see if it'll move it, if it'll be able to move with all this weight on it. Let's see, I would start getting the parts until I get my own place. Oh, so you're just putting one together, I guess. Just seeing what you want to get when you get your own place. So you're just doing a trial run. Is that what you mean? So it's not like something you're going to get right away, right? I mean, it's always good, I guess, to kind of window shop, virtual window shop. Every time I do that, it all it does is it just upsets me. I know I can't afford it. As much as I want to be able to upgrade the PC parts, it's just damn shit's expensive. But I live with what I got. I mean, it's what I have. It's served me well. Let me line this up back with the dock here a little bit better. It's not bad, but I'll just bump it up here. Let's get it in here a little bit better. Yep, nothing wrong with planning ahead. There we go. I'll open the gate. Alright, so now we should be able to drive on here. Now granted, this is not, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This layout for the... Get in there, you dummy. What the come on. Picky son of a gun. Yeah, so this is not the final version, so I'll have this much better laid out, I guess, as far as to be able to get stuff in and off the ferry. So as far as the way this terrain is and stuff like that, don't take this for final. This is just makeshift or whatever to try and test the ferry out, whatever, until once I get the ferry and all that stuff figured out. This will really put a period on it for me if I can get this ferry to move with all this weight on it. Even though I can't close the gates, that'll be a huge hurdle. Yeah, cause see, so it's just a little long, so you're not able to close the gates. And I wouldn't suggest closing the gates because it'll jack the freaking truck and trailer up. That's for sure, because it's got the rigid body and the barrier as far as the gates. So it will fit on here. It's just you can't close the gates. It's the only downside. So let's get into the ferry, and let's see if this sucker will move. If it moves, oh my god, it moves. Yeehaw. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, the fact that it moves. The only thing, the other thing that's weird is the fact that the wheels kind of clip into the... I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's just because of the weight of the deal there. It seems to clip only on the front wheels, actually. Oh, okay, so the stream shader... Oh crap, that's actually using on that part too. That sucks. I'll have to look into that and see if I can get that applied back to that particle system there. So I took it off the window if it broke it here. Son of a gun. Alright, I'll have to look at that and see what's going on with that. So yeah, it only clips on this front wheel, and I'm not sure if that's just the weight. There's probably not a whole lot I can do about that. I don't see it clipping through the floor of the ferry, I guess, other than there. So that's probably pretty good. So yeah, the fact that it does move, this would be forward. So it works, it does work. Just can't close the gate. That's pretty cool. Goes pretty fast too. Now when I put the other truck with the full Wilson, it was a lot slower, so I'm assuming these cotton bales aren't quite as heavy. I'm assuming. Because the fact that I can almost go full speed, I guess, on this there. It's a little bit, the ferry goes a little bit slower. So the fact that this works, even like this, that's pretty cool. Now, again, I don't think this is an issue as far as that wheel clipping through the floor of the ferry. That's not the ferry's fault. That's just the truck. So, yeah, I think that's just an issue with the truck. So the fact that, oh, maybe it is just that one spot. Hold on. Maybe it is the ferry. Hold on. So there must be a dead spot right there. I'll have to probably take a look at that. So maybe it is the ferry. See, it rides up here. It's just not till right there. So I might have to look and look at the ferry about that. I'll take a look at that. Let me back it up here just to see something here. Well, that's kind of neat. It's got those little wheels on the... So it must be when it tips up or whatever to put the module in there. I never noticed that. That's cool. Yep, so they clip. No, they don't clip. There, okay, cool. So it must be just on that one end, maybe. Okay. So yeah, I can probably look at that at the ferry. That's not a big deal. If I'm getting it right now, it'll be 34. Jesus. Good lord. I mean, I'm assuming you're getting top of the line stuff there, right? Yeah, so it looks like I got something going on there right on the very end there. And I think there's I got a particular collision right there for that gate. So that might be what's causing that to clip in there. So I can probably take a look at the ferry. But I also need to look at this animation here for that particle. Kind of broke that. Let me get back in the ferry. So yeah, this little animation here. So it's when I remove the stream shader, I guess, off the window, it kind of broke this too. So I gotta see if I can fix that. Looks like that actually needs to move up. Yep. So that little spigot that I got there, I'm gonna move it up just a tad. Yeah, no, that's an easy adjustment. So between that collision on, that would be the back end. So the guy's facing this way. So this is the front. This is the back. It would be on the side that has an exhaust. Okay, just taking notes here. All right, so let's fix a couple things here. So the fact that that setup there does fit on the ferry, and you can move it, just can't put the gates down. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's get out of that. Yeah, i9 with the RTX. Oh, Jesus, yeah. I would say that's top of the line. Yeah, it does not necessarily make sense that it costs that much, that's for sure. Yes, I'm still here. Turn that player back on. Cool beans. So, I guess I'm kind of considering making some progress here. As much as I hate to want to do the... and I keep saying it, but as much as I want to make it a free roaming type of vehicle, as far as the ferry, that might be what I'll have to settle with. The fact that I can load, have the map load, I guess, with the ferry onto the, onto the water, that's half the battle. I can be able to, so that's not, it's a nice little compromise. So I'm going to make a couple adjustments onto this ferry. So on this side here, let me put a light source in here, just for temporary. You can see what's going on. Okay. That's better than nothing. Alright, so there is a collision right there. So that's probably... Oh, I didn't adjust that. I gotcha. See this little collision box here? That's supposed to accommodate this spot here. I didn't move that like I did on this end. See, this end's got it where it needs to be. Actually, that's not even where it needs to be. That's weird. I'll be damned. Alright, so I need to adjust that a little bit. It's find that part. That one's, is that this one? No. Which one would that be? Nope. 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 There it is. So there's, oh, it's the first two. Gotcha. Alright, so I need to move these. Particularly, it seems this one over here, so that's the first one over here. Yeah, I need to move this one. So let's do that. This is where I need a light source down here, so let me do create light. Give me another light. Give me some light down here. I need to be able to see. Oh my goodness. I hate trying to adjust these things. There we go. I wanted to be able to see. There we go, that's better. That's much better. Alright, let's part one. Yeah, so you can see how far that's up. That's why it's dropping down. Because I need to have this. Whoop, wrong way. This way. That's what I need to be able to see there. So this needs to be like right there, and I need to move it up some too. Okay, so these both must have been set at 0. Yeah. Okay, no problem. So we'll move it up like that. Alright, I'm going to take note of these motion here. I'm going to have to do that in the other version as well. So I'm going to take a snippet of this one. Alright, so that's that one. Let's go ahead and copy. Whoops. Copy that. I'm going to put this in my paint program. Put that in my paint program. So I got that for safe reference. Now I want to adjust the other side. So on this part, focus on that. And we want to move that same amount. So we got 0049, 0.049 on the what? The Y. Okay. So 0.049 on that part. And how much on the other one? Minus, well, it's going to be probably 0.78 positive. So 0.78 on the Z. Alright, let's see what we got here. Come on. Oh, this is going to be different. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we want that right there. So we're on the same Y, which is the up and down. And it's a little bit different on, okay, that makes sense. So now I'm going to take a snippet of this. Okay. And I'll just keep that one there. So that way I know what to adjust it on the other version too. I need to adjust that as well. Now, let me see what I did with... That is the cooling. This thing had a stream shader on it. Oh, damn. I don't know why it changed. It affected that, though. I don't ever get that. That's a totally separate thing, even though it's using... The windows we're using as well. But obviously, it must have been when I changed it on the windows, it changed the dynamics of that there. Huh. We did need to move this up a little bit though, from what I remember. Wow, I got this too fast. Let's get rid of that noise. Okay. Oh crap. Okay, so I gotta move it both this way and that way to get it up. Go this way. Go that way a little bit. Alright, we'll check that out. Now I just need to figure out why. That animation's gone after I put... At least that's what it seems like anyway. It took away the animation of that when I adjusted the windows. And it shouldn't have. That is weird. So this cooling, what does that fall under? What node is that? That's 16. Let's look at our XML for this. I shouldn't need this anymore. Okay, so we need to look for... yeah, we need to look for that node. Yep, so this is the... So drivable... Wait. Huh? That's not right. Oh, 16. I don't know why I said 9. Jesus. 16 is what we need to look for. Okay, so it's 16. Yep, so enter animation. Yeah, so that's got its own node. Why is it not... Huh. That's weird. I don't know why. Alright, so what did I have? The only thing I changed on the windows was the shader on it. So I'm using... Yep, that one's still in there. Cool. So the only thing I changed was that there. Okay, so does that have... So window mat, that's got its own thing there. And this is a separate material, so I don't know why that's affecting that animation for that. That's weird. That makes no sense. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why that's not animating. The node is correct. 16.0. Yep. I'll be damned. Not sure. Anyway, I guess we'll have to go and check in there. So we got that there. What else did I say I needed to correct? So I corrected that. Corrected that. Took the translates, I guess, of that collision. So we're good there. Okay. So other than that animation not working, I'm not sure. That's weird. Let's go ahead and file, save as ferry RW. Whoop, I want to take these lights out actually first. We don't need those in there. Save it again. Alright, zip that up. Okay. Now we'll do cut. Put that into our mods folder. Oops, too far. Yeah, so basically, any changes that I make post-fac, if I figure out how to get, you know, some things out, I guess, with it, I'll just have to edit this mod that goes along with the map. So it's not like you would have to re-download those. So there is an advantage, I guess, as far as having the ferry outside of the map. Because if I make changes to that, you won't have to re-down the whole map just to get that adjusted ferry. If I do get to that point, I guess, with the map anyway. So there is an advantage, I suppose. So right now, the way I've, just to kind of clarify too, the way I've got the map done here, I've got the ferry in here as a vehicle directly installed on the map. That's in essence, I guess, they're trying to get it to work with the spline. So in all sense, I will be able to take all this out because I won't need it. I mean, I'll probably save this only because I do have the spline and all that good stuff in here for it. So I may or may not be able to apply that later down the line if I figure out what's up with the spline. So I'll leave a little room, I guess, for adjustability once I figure some things out with the map later on. Right now it's just kind of a moot point. So yeah, I'd be able to take all this out. I wouldn't need this in here, but I'll be able to save it for the map later on. So just to kind of show you the construct in there. So there is a pro and con, I guess, to having the ferry as a separate mod anyway. Okay. So we got that saved. Did we zip that up? I wasn't paying attention. So 11:56. Did I or did I not? I think I did. I just don't think I pasted it. Yeah, I did. 11:54. Yes, I did. Cool. Alrighty then. You know, I'm gonna do it again. Just for pity's sake, I'm gonna do select all. It's not gonna hurt anyway. I got kind of sidetracked there. I was trying to explain some things, and it's getting late. My brain's getting tired, and it's starting to show. So let's go ahead back in here and we'll test that again. So as long as it's everything does prove, I guess, to be all that segment info is on there. Sorry about that. Turn that off. That's for our... Okay. Let's see what we got here. Go back to our save game. Yeah, so I'm just trying to look at the bright side, I guess, of having the ferry out as a mod. The fact that I will be able to load it in as a in the correct position with the map separately as a mod, that'd be good. I mean, I myself don't get sleepy. It's my brain that does. When I work it too hard, it basically tries to tell me, it's like, hey, dude. Okay. Alright, let's go over to the ferry. There's the ferry. Cool. So that's loading. Now, does that work? Nope, still static. Why is that not animated? I don't understand that. Didn't move it correctly. It's closer, but it's not quite right. I don't know why that's not animated, though. It only seems to have broken that because both this and the windows were using the stream shader, which I adjusted that looks better. But I don't know why that would affect this. That's weird. Huh. That sucks, because I don't like how that's just static like that. I don't know why that broke there. Dadgummit anyway. Let's line this up better with the dock. Okay, let's open the gate. Tab it on over to this truck. Put that on there, and we'll see if we got that, check that collision, I guess, on now. Yeah, so that's really bugging me now, I guess, as far as why that animation, because, adjusting that window. Huh. I don't know why you would have to have the stream shader on the windows, I guess, to get that to work. It's on a totally separate material name. That's kind of strange. I don't know why that is. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so the fact that this particular contract is requiring the modules to go to the barn, which is on the other side of the map, would give reason, I guess, to use the barge or the ferry here. That's one good reason, I guess, to use it. It's another means. Alright, so let's see here. Do we have that clipping in there now? No, we don't. That's better. Cool. So we adjusted that properly. So now that tire's not sinking in. It's kind of lifted a little bit, but it's not too bad, I guess. Yeah. It's definitely not sinking into the floor of the ferry. That's good. Very good, very good. Alright, so... Yep, just other than being able to not close the gates... That's the only issue with that. So the fact that this thing doesn't... I want to know why that's not working. That should be animated. That makes me sad. Okay. Whoops, I gotta go back. Right on. Yep. So this thing doesn't go super fast anyway, so when you got weight on it, shouldn't really have to worry. Even if you stop really fast, it's not going to, you know, send the equipment going flying, right? So you're still good to go, I guess, as far as you're still well enough on there to where it's not going to fall off. Trucks don't drive on... The truck isn't driving on water, it's driving on a ferry. We're on the ferry. We are on the ferry. So, yeah, I just want to figure out what's going on with that deal is all. That's the only other thing that's broke on it so far. I gotta figure out why that's not working. The node's in there, and as far as the XML, I guess, to have it working, so... I don't know. We're driving down this river, though. Right? Just like that song, I'm on a boat, a mother effing boat. Alright, so where are we at? Cool. Whoa, what is going on with that? Huh. That was weird. Here, I need to do a second here. Slow up, slow up. Let me bring this up here for a second. Let's go, let me adjust something here real quick. Let's go this. Get in a screenshot mode here. Yeah, so the way the ferry drives, it's almost a little bit too free to me. But the fact that it just only goes 15 miles an hour, you know, that seems like that. But it should have a little bit less responsive, and I think it's probably because of how much higher I got the wheels, so it's not dragging as much, I guess. It's kind of cool though, I guess, right? I hope. Here, let me put this on cruise. Let me switch this back over to there we go. Yeah, so now it's just going to be a matter of I need to figure out what's going on with that animation there, and then I can start working on the docks. And I'll probably do that. Why is all this foliage in here? Dadgummit, anyway. It's probably because of the save game, because I removed a lot of this when I edited the terrain. I'm gonna have to try that on the new game, see what that is. I removed all that foliage out of here, and I don't know why that's crazy son of a gun anyway. Huh. I think it's just because of the save game, because the foliage will necessarily still show in the save game. So until I start a new save game, so I'll probably test that out. Just make sure it's gone. I don't want all that foliage in the riverbed. Alright, so we're back at this dock. Let's see if I can nose this in. Whoa, Hindred coming in with the host. Think we're the host there, Hindred. Whoop, wrong way. Wrong way. I appreciate that, Hindred. Oh my goodness. That's been a minute. I assume you're probably going to bed. I appreciate that host, sir. Thank you for that. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I'm kind of hitting the dock there a little bit. Yeah, this is another reason why I want to redesign these docks. It's a little bit of a pain just to be able to get it lined up here this way to be able to nose it in here. So I want to create, probably turn the dock the other way so that's more parallel, I guess, with the, you just be able to line the ferry up, I guess, parallel with the riverbank. Is about all. Yeah, it's just tough to get this lined up here. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to reposition that dock. I'd have to do that in the Giants editor. This is super tough. You only got so much radius here, I guess, to be able to... Let's try this a little bit. Let's kind of inch it on in here. Oh, too much, too much, too much. No, wrong way, damn it. I keep turning it the wrong dang way. This is worse than trying to back a darn trailer up, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to change the... But you get the idea. I'm going to change that orientation of the dock so it's parallel. You don't have to nose it in. So... basically, you'll be able to drive up here. You won't even be able to have to turn it. Just nose it in here, basically, with that point in the other direction. Line it up with the dock, and you'll be able to drive off. So that'll probably be the only adjustment I'll make to the... Yep. Cool beans. So anyway, we're off and running to the races there. Yeah, so I did kind of jerk it off the edge there, shoving it around, but it's still hanging on there though. As long as you can get it there, I guess, with it, right? Cool. Alright. That's enough of that testing. That seems to work very good. So yeah, the only other issue with the ferry is just that animation, I guess, for that little cooling system there. I guess as far as that should be still, I don't know why that doesn't want to work. And really the only thing I changed prior to that not working was the windows. Alright, so before I go any further, I want to adjust this other model, since we are in that. So let me, so everything works out good on this one here. I want to do this. I need to open this model and make those appropriate adjustments there. Okay. Now this is basically the same version. The only thing is it's got different wheel setup, because it does have the wheel nodes on here. This has got a different setup to be able to use it with seasons. So two main things I need to adjust on here is the way the glass is. So I want to change the shader to it. Oh, this one's already on program files. What the? Seriously? That one's already on that. How in the heck? So that's the way it was in the first place. Window. Alright, let me check the cooling on this one here. So that one's already got it on that. What the heck? How the hell did it get on Stream Shader, I guess, on that other version? I'll never know. Alright, so cooling. Okay, it's got directions on here, so maybe that's what I need to adjust here. So it is using that Stream Shader. So these two are at a minus 0.6. I don't think that's what the other one was set at. So this glass is already set up properly. Weird. I don't know how that ended up that way, but okay. So this one's fine. Let me check the collisions here. So that would be the first two. I think these still need to be adjusted. Let me put light source in here. Alrighty, hello. Here we go. Alright, I want to see where that's at here. Here. Yeah, that does need to be set. So that's why I did this. Okay, so I didn't even reset that to 0. So that's also interesting. Okay, so negative 0.78 on that one. On Z. So you gotta go negative 0.078. So let's put that there. And then on the Y. Huh. So I guess that's not crucial that they're at 0, but I'll probably still do that anyway. Alright, so the Y 0.049. Whoop, I don't need that one yet. Oh, whoops, my bad. 0.04. What the heck? 049. There we go. Jesus, I don't know how the hell I was typing that. Okay, so that part. So that's in that spot. Good. Now we need to go to this one. Check this one out. So we know we can put the Y 0.049. and then adjust the Z. That's this one here. 0.847. Alright. Good deal. So now what I'll take note of now, I've got those adjusted, is, which way's the front? This way's front. Okay. Yeah. So like this. Take that light out. Okay, so now actually what I want to do is actually set this to 0. Let's do freeze translate. It's obviously not critical to do that, but I'm going to do that anyway. Okay, so I'm going to do that, so that's good. I'm going to do that in the other one too. So I want to take note of this cooling part here. These two here are set at minus 0.6 on that stream shader, so I don't think that's the way the other one was set up for some reason. Don't know how that would have changed, but... And the fact that the windows on this one here were already good, that's weird. Alright, so let's save this. That's that version. Open this, going back into this one. Yep. So then let's look at... Oh, good lord. Absolutely not. Okay, so this was set on directions. How the hell did that get changed? I don't even see that option in here. Okay, let me open that one up again. The heck? Oh, this one's opening up the... How did that happen there? No, use the stream shader in here. Okay. I don't know how that got on the program files one. That's weird. That's really weird. Okay. Okay, and then the directions. Yeah, this makes more sense. So now we gotta set this to minus 0.6. I don't know how these got screwed up, but my goodness. All right, so let's do 0 minus 0.6. Okay, so now that's set that stream shader. So for some reason it was set on the stream shader that's in the game files, the default game stuff. So we don't want that. And then let me add another light source to this. Let's see what I'm doing here. Hate trying to adjust these things. Come on. Give me some light down here, dang it. Goofy son of a gun anyway. That's better. Put some light on the subject there. Okay, so now... See, I probably shouldn't have... God dang it. So I must have moved this, and I shouldn't have. I needed to move this main transform. Ah, crap. This one's the RW, okay. Yeah, I think when I was moving it in the other one, I moved the wrong... Dang it. shoot. Alright, so this one. Son of a biscuit anyway. Alright, hold on. Probably jack that all up now. See if I can get that in the right spot again. Alright. I'm definitely starting to get brains getting tired because it's like I'm screwing up stuff that I don't normally screw up on. So I must have moved this. And I shouldn't have. I'm gonna take a snippet of this. And get that adjusted on the other one there. So that's in that itself. Okay. So I need to move this up. Yeah. So I know darn well in that other one, that other model, the other version of this, I was screwing around with this and not this. I totally jacked that up. Alright, so let's move this up a little bit. So on the 2479, I'll have to remember that. Okay. Remember that number. Okay. So we got that stream shader set up properly now. And then do file, save as. So technically I still need to use that stream shader. I was considering having to just take that out, but that's being used by that animation. So I don't want to take that out because that's still being used. I just remember that. Yeah. Alright, so let's go save this one as the RW. Here. Alright, so that one's saved. Now let's go back into this one. And I screwed up on this cooling. Because I was moving this part and I shouldn't have been. So actually, this one's right and the other one's wrong. Okay. So this is what it should be. These should all be at 0. Okay. Alright, so what I need to do... Oh my god. So this one's right. I shouldn't have had to move those. This is what I should have been moving. It's the main transform. Alright, so... Let's set this to 2479 I said it was. So I can put those both at the same there. Cool. Yep, so in this one, 2479, I need to get that other one back, these back to 0. But I need to take a note of this here. Okay, so I don't need this here. Close that. And take note of this. These translate. Okay, cool. I need to apply that to the other one. Alrighty then. Cool. Yep, still here. Yep, we still here. We out here. We're about ready to get done here in a minute. Brain's starting to get fried. I need to put it to rest. Starting to show. Okay, so just to correct this translate in the other version there. So all this should be good now. That stream, that's the one that we got in our save game. That's stream coming out the side there for the cooling. That should work now. We'll test that out. Save as. This one's the ferry. Yep. Let's do that one. So we'll go back to the other one. Yep. This one here is the one that you need to correct. So go to here. Go to cooling. Okay, so these translates need to be like this. So let's type those in there. We got minus 2.88. That's good. We need 2.479 minus 1.666. So that's good. Perfect. Alright, so those are the same as the other one. This one here, I need to get these corrected. So I goofed all this up. So we're going to put these all back to 0. Like that. Cool. So now both of those are the same. Okay, now let's just double check that cooling. Yep. Yep, so all that's the same now. Cool. Save as, save this one as the RW. Beautiful. Now let's go test that on the game. And I think that's probably where we'll call it good, because once we get this figured out here. I keep turning that segment info on. Sorry about that. Got that one hotkey, I guess, for that. Alright, this should be the last test here. We'll test this out here and make sure all that works, and then we'll be good to go. I'll be able to move on at least to being able to put the docks in there properly, I guess, to be able to, so that'll be the next step. So I guess I'll just focus on, for the most part, getting the ferries in there. It'll have to be both versions into the map, load into the map, and then depending on if you're playing with seasons or not, will determine which ferry you get on. Alright, so I'll probably have to design, put some type of indication on the ferry as far as being out of the water, because it's going to depend upon, like I said, as far as how you play the map. It's going to determine which ferry you want to use on the water, right? So if you're playing it with seasons, you want to use the ferry that's designed for seasons, and if you're playing the map without seasons, you're going to need to drive the ferry on the water that's not for seasons, that's not using seasons. So it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, I guess, as far as to know, but I'll have to load both ferries into the map and just put some kind of signification, I guess, on it to let those know that are playing it with or without seasons. So whether or not I just put seasons on the actual ferry itself or something like that, just to make that determination. Yeah, so I don't think in the save game that correction here is going to show. I'll have to look in this new save game. I adjusted this earlier. I just don't think it's showing in the yeah, so I'll have to check that out. I want to also check to see if that foliage is in the new save game of the riverbed. Yeah. Alright, so let's go to the ferry. I'm just thinking ahead as far as what things I want to check out. So is that working? That still isn't working, you piece of crap. Dadgummit. I don't know. No, I really don't know why. I'm gonna try buying another one to see what happens. Ugh. That sucks. I don't know why that's not working. I don't know if it's just the save game thing or what. Shouldn't be, because that's just reading the XML as far as for that animation. Let me try and buy another one and see what happens. Yeah. Rigid plane, yes. Let's go and buy this. I'm not saving this game anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that should be at the store. Yep. So this is how it shows up in the store when you buy it in the store. And it's totally drivable, but it gets stuck. So is that working? Nope, still not working. So it doesn't seem to matter. I don't know if this is a save game issue or what the heck. Let me try and buy the other one. Yep. Let me go to the store and I'll buy the other version. See if it's working on that. Okay, so let's buy that. So this kind of gives you as far as the difference between the way those two load, right? So it's got a different wheel setup. This is for a rigid water plane, and this one's not. This is for seasons. Alright, so does this one work? See, this one works, so why the hell is this one working and the other one's not? That's what that other one should be doing. It still needs to go up, though. Still not quite on that little spigot there. Dadgummit. Alright, so it still needs to move up. So I still need to make that adjustment. But I don't know why it's not working on this one. That doesn't make any sense. Goofy son of a gun, anyway. There's something else I noticed here, too. It's got... Why is there a freaking poly missing there? You son of a gun, anyway. There's a poly missing on that. Right there. The hell did that happen? Is that missing it on here, too? Would have to be. Why can't I squat? I can squat that way. Yeah, I think it's just that third person. It doesn't allow me to squat. Oh, there it goes. Yep, that's missing a poly there. I'll be dadgummit. It's either that or it's flipped. Might be just a flip poly. So that's something else I gotta check. Good lord. Ay, ay, ay. So that might be just a flip poly right there. It's either missing or it's flipped. Turned around. So yeah, I gotta figure out why. Ay, ay, ay. Huh. In any case, both of these, they still need to move up. Oops, that's a pole. See, you can drive this on the ground. Just to kind of give you an idea. But it's really difficult to get this to the water because it gets bottomed out. Probably not so much now because it's got a little bit more lift to it, but I wouldn't recommend, I guess, as far as trying to... Okay, let me see. Yeah, see, that one also needs to move up, but the fact that it's not animated, I don't get that. Why are you not animated? Huh. That's super frustrating. So the other one works fine. I don't know what's going on there. Let's get out and check it out. So it looks like I'm going to have to bring in the body of that. I'll do that off stream. Because I got that one poly that's missing on that part there. So I'll have to load the model up and see if it's missing a poly or if it's just a flip poly. But at least what I want to figure out at this point is just what's going on with the alright, let's try this out. I want to see what's going on with the alright, so that's all good. Why is that one not working? And this is the RW? Yeah. So why is that still not animated? I don't know if there's any other setting. Oh, no, let me open up the other one. Something's not set right. Alright, so the fact that... See, we can see it animated that way. So let's go to that cooling. Yep, so it's applied at this level. Is there any other settings to it? Jeez, oh, so I'm wondering if is this a save game issue, so I might have to try to load it up in a new save game. It might be just a save game issue with that shader. Because the fact that it's working on the other version there, they're both set up the same way, so there's no reason why it shouldn't. So I'm going to try it on a new save game. Okay, let's try that. So if it's just on that save game, I'm not gonna worry about it. So as long as it's working in a new save game, that should be fine. Let me try it in a new save game. If it doesn't work in a new save game, then that's a bigger problem. But from what I can see, they're both set up the same way, so there's no reason why it shouldn't work. Okay, so let's load this up on a new save game. I can do it on any map because it doesn't matter, but I guess I'm just used to going into the Dairyland map. Okay. All right. Let me look through here really quick. I didn't load the dev console. I usually do. Just want to make sure there wasn't any errors or warnings of concern. Oh, good deal. Fantastic. All right, so let's go ahead and buy ourselves that particular ferry. I'll probably buy them both. This is confirmed, but let's get this one. This is the one we were having an issue with. Let's just lease it. We don't have to add any money. All right, let's see what we got here. Yep, just checking the windows, make sure those are good. See, it doesn't work in even a new save. So there's something going on with this one in particular. I don't know what though. What is not allowing this to animate? That is super strange. I'm missing something on this version. Okay, let me Okay, let me buy. Let me buy the other one, or lease it, whatever. I'm missing something on the settings of it, because it's with that rigid version. Because, let's see here. This one definitely works. Huh. So I'm missing something. I don't know what, but... Okay, so we can confirm this one still works. This one is not. So we need to figure out why. And that's on a new save game, okay. So it's not the save game, it's actually that sneaky thing there. So currently I still have, yep, this one that works loaded. So why, what is the difference? I don't see any other settings other than just those there, so I don't know. Huh. Now, unless yeah, they're both at 16. Node 16 anyway, as far as here. That's the RW. Let's check out. Alright, let's look at. So annoying. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. Alright, so let's go. Yep, 16.0. So that they're both at the same node, so it's not like it's on the wrong node. What is missing? Okay, let's load up that. We're doing no one, that one. That one's working. Let's open up this RW one again. Figure out why that one's not working. Definitely missing something. So that's on 16, yep. 16.0, yep. Huh. That is freaking weird, man. I don't understand why that ain't working. Stream share. Why are you not animated? Alright, let me check the... My goodness. Something's off, because why is the hell is it not animated? Yep, they're both the same setting in there. Yep. So there's nothing wrong there, so what the frick, man? That doesn't make any sense. Let's back this up here. Alright, I am definitely getting to the point where I just need to bring this to an end, because now it's just getting super frustrating. There's that the way those are set up, there's no reason why that shouldn't be working. They're all on the same node. It's got the same settings on that stream shader. It is set up on the stream shader. Let me upload this one up again. So do a no. That one's good. Or was that the RW? Cooling. Yeah, so it's got this right shader and the same settings for his directions. I don't know why that's not animated. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's pretty much where I'm gonna call it good. I'll try and figure that out. Something like that. This is those little things like that. It's kind of annoying. I gotta some other adjustments, I guess, to make to the ferry. I guess as far as that flip poly and all that stuff. So, oh boy, probably not a whole lot of people on there. So, appreciate everybody stopped by, hung around here, and kept me company. I guess as far as dealing with this and this second part, I guess, the Spline Design Studios Saturday. I got. Probably between the two streams, I got probably pretty close to 8 hours between the two of them. So it's, I tend to feel a little bit. I guess we got some things accomplished. We're at least on a track, I guess, to be able to get something into the map as far as a working ferry, a drivable ferry. So yeah, that's super exciting. At least we got something going there. So I got that. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of people that are on. And I'm sure most of you are probably all gone and wait for me from like that. It's understandable. Some of the stuff gets a little bit boring, and it's understandable. I appreciate wholeheartedly, I guess, as far as everybody that has checked out what I got going on here for on this. Like I said, the second part after the power outage there. So I'll have the two parts, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I guess as far as nightcap or after dark, I guess we can call that. Again, appreciate everybody that did stop by here. Hope to see you again soon. Probably will be streaming again no later than Wednesday. I guess for Wednesday. I did have to miss Wednesday because we had some nasty storms coming through here this past Wednesday. So I definitely look forward, I guess, to that. So do feel free, I guess, to check out all the social medias that I have out there, I guess, to keep informed, I guess, is when the streams go live and such. Yeah. appreciate all the support and continued support, and I hope to see y'all again real soon. Bye for now.